Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. And we still got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. So I guess we better get right to it. Again, as always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Well, Space Fams, Stream 2, Friday evening. Week-ending report. Feels like we only just left each other. Hell of a lot to talk about tonight. I felt like we just got done talking about a lot. Epstein Files tonight. ICE. Epstein Files, ICE. Midterms, elections. Trump vibes. All sorts of stuff in here tonight, honestly. Gas prices, jobs, big tech, the environment, space, and much, much more. Oh no, our meteorologist, Looney Tunes 123 in the YouTube chat. Pitchforks also here. Mike Toole, Stomach Club 7. Sevens. Christy, Marvin Trevino, Silas, Fosley, Joe 47771, and Poku over on the YouTube. Who else is here? Oh, it's hard to tell on the Twitch. Looney Tunes, Omega Star, Papa Jeff, Ricky said, Nightbot. And Mowing Up, I think. Maybe in there too. I already said Mowing Up. She was first on the YouTube. That's right. God dang it. America. Just a reminder, everybody, today we're not going to be doing a galactic content goal for the week-ending report, since we already technically completed one during the first stream today. However, it's nice to know that I'm, making some amount of money while streaming. So, do consider supporting the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, and Throne. Throne, where we're now trying to crowdfund a bed for yours truly. Wait, there was something else I was going to say, and now I can't remember what it was. What was I going to say? What was I going to say? I can't remember. I can't remember what I was going to say, and I guess that means it doesn't matter.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy? The Epstein hoax. Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this kid, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. Then we see that time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein. I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax.
There you go, people. You know what that means. It's time for us to talk about the Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, right, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say that the reason why we're funding a bed over on Throne right now is so that I can try and free up space in my Earth apartment, which is half taken up by my bed right now. So we're funding what I believe is called I can't remember it again. I get forgotten again what it's called. What are we calling it? A loft bed. A loft bed, which is basically just means a bed up in the air, so high up in the air that you can actually do stuff underneath it, which I sorely need in my very tiny Earth apartment. Although right now, the most important, the most pressing thing for us to do is to attempt the completing of the freaking financing of the galactic deficit. Unfortunately, still a lot of progress needs to be made over there. Okay. It's weird to be back doing 2 streams in one night. Let's... Wait, hold on. I gotta refresh this. This is wrong. Everything's wrong. Please hold. This can't be right. I know this is wrong. Yes, Frizzla, do stuff. Quote unquote. Stuff like storage mostly and activities. Don't make me pull out Step Brothers on you. All right, let's talk Jeffrey Epstein, MS Now. I still don't like that name. They should really go back to MSNBC. Now. 4 days ago. We're going to be talking a fair bit about the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein.
A newly surfaced document published in the DOJ's Epstein database reveals that an inmate once told the FBI that he overheard prison guards talking about covering up Epstein's death on the morning the sex offender died. The document includes 5 handwritten pages of notes from the unidentified inmate's FBI interview. And while unsubstantiated, the details are likely to raise more questions about Epstein's death, which was officially ruled a suicide. Joining us now, Julie K. Brown, investigative reporter for the Miami Herald. It's good to see you again, Julie. The inmate claimed that the whole wing, as I understand it, overheard this exchange among guards. Tell us what the notes from the FBI say.
Well, this particular inmate said that he woke up to the commotion of them discovering that something was wrong, in the SHU, which is the special housing unit for people like Epstein who are supposed to be watched more carefully. And in this particular case, he heard, the yelling and the screaming, and of course it roused him up. And he told the FBI that he heard them say something to the effect of, "You dudes, you killed this dude, you killed him." And then another female guard saying, "Well, we don't have to worry about this because we're going to cover it up, and my guys are going to have an alibi," or words to that effect. And so, this raises questions about what actually happened on that night, and for good reason. there's been a lot of errors we know now there were a lot of errors made that night. And if you really look at the whole picture and all the problems that they had, I think that it's worthy to take a look at this inmate's statement, even though it was uncorroborated.
So I know that you tried to reach the lawyer for the female guard who was working. MS Now has tried to reach her lawyer. But what else do we know?
Yeah, this is a fascinating development here. We quickly talked about this earlier this week, but not for very long. But if this is true, I mean, this points to a massive cover-up. And why this ever was allowed to happen, considering how high profile he was. I mean, it's almost impossible to fathom how this, if not from the very top, how could this have possibly happened? It's the question that keeps going through my mind. Now, Frizzla made me do this. I just want to remind everybody, Frizzla is the one who made me do this. Questioning what I was going to do under the bed. Answer. Activities.
I think it would be very prudent.
Can we turn our beds into bunk beds?
Yes.
Why are you guys so sweaty?
All right, we've already figured out how to do this. The beds match up perfectly.
And here's the thing, it'll give us so much extra space in our room to do activities.
Please say yes.
You don't need permission from us to build bunk beds. You're adults. You can do what you want.
Activities, Frizzla. Activities. Gives me a lot more space to do activities. That's the number one thing.
Her, and for that matter, the others who were on duty that day.
And we all remember how that turned out. I assume everyone's seen that movie. It turns out bad because they try to make it themselves. You don't want that to happen to me, do you? You don't want this bed to collapse on me all of a sudden. It could go to extreme measures.
She was a relatively new correctional officer, as I understand it. And the other thing that came out over the weekend was the New York Post was the first to discover, and I also found the documents myself that showed that the DOC investigators, the DOJ investigators, actually did some work on her finances, got her banking statements, and you can see them in the files, and it shows that she had quite a number of cash deposits into her bank account. So that's suspicious. And she apparently searched for Epstein's name just 40 minutes before his body was found. So, you know, there's all these pieces that don't make sense and have never made sense, going back to the July 23rd when they found him laying on the floor of a cell. And his first words when he regained consciousness was, "My cellmate tried to kill me." He never said that he tried to commit suicide. In fact, all the psychological reports say that he felt that he had a good case, that he was hiring lawyers, that he had a great life. There's no indication at all that he was suicidal in these psychological evaluations. So one has to wonder why they didn't investigate.
Yeah, and that's been my contention this whole freaking time. This guy is a literal billionaire who owns property all over the world, who knows the most powerful people across the planet. He's committed a litany of crimes for decades and never seen any actual accountability for it. The one time he ever did face accountability for it, he basically didn't spend any time in jail. And at that point that he killed himself, supposedly, allegedly, he hadn't barely been in prison for like a month or something? It wasn't even, I don't think it was even a month. It was not that long. I don't think he had any real, just didn't seem to me that he had any real reason to do it.
and seemed to, I guess, believe his cellmate who told him that Epstein tried to commit suicide. His cellmate was a quadruple killer, by the way, and they believed him when he said that Epstein tried to commit suicide, even though Epstein said that that wasn't the case.
Let me make sure that I have this right as well, that when you talk about these cash deposits that were made by this guard, they were for, as I understand it, thousands of dollars. And Epstein's former cellmate also told prison officials that he did tell Epstein he'd be safer if he paid inmates and guards for protection.
Yeah, this was a common thing that was happening at that prison. They did some subsequent investigation, and there were a lot of payments that were being made. There were a lot of cell phones. They did these through cash apps. This particular guard, by the way, had a lot of money coming in from cash apps as well. Some of these deposits, by the way, predated Epstein even coming into the prison. So it might be an indication that there was already a system in place for these extortion or these payments, protection payments, were common in that prison.
Fascinating details surrounding all of this. The woman in question who supposedly said something to the effect of, "We're gonna cover it up," also receiving large cash payments. Ducky on a 25 stream streak on Twitch. Great job. A megastar on a 7 stream streak as well. Is we back for round 2? We is back for round 2. Yes. Round 2. Here we are. All right, we're not done talking, Jeffrey Epstein, and in fact, we're staying on MS now. Moving to Ari Melber. The Beat.
Jail investigates a suspicious inmate death. They look at 1, if the inmate took his life, or 2, the possibility that somebody killed him. If an inmate's alone until they're found hanging, that means suicide. No one else was there to do it. The jail records video, though, in the area facing Epstein's cell, in the cell area, they had 2 jail cameras, both failed to record, so there was only 1 working camera near the cell. That drew headlines at the time. Government defenders, though, cited the remaining camera footage to conclude that they would say no one got near the cell anyway that night. A top Trump FBI official who rose by questioning the Epstein story even echoed that view on Trump's behalf last year.
You're going to see there's no one there but him. There is nothing. If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
Clear as day. A video showing that could resolve any questions, but the Trump official was wrong. Back with our Epstein death special report. We've been tracking all of the errors in the Trump DOJ's original handling of the case. And then the following administration probed those failures, but ultimately issued the same finding of suicide in a watchdog report from the Garland DOJ in 2023. That 100-page report reviewed the available video cameras footage to conclude the last time anyone came near Epstein's cell was a corrections officer at 10:41 p.m. That's the government conclusion from a detailed probe and report across 2 administrations. That's where the U.S. government would have its stay. But this new law famously forced out the secret internal documents from the same probe, showing other views within the FBI about the last person near Epstein's cell, hidden from the public until now. DOJ said the officer was the last time anyone entered the area. But the Epstein files have revealed a secret FBI log of the same video, which spotted a flash of orange going up the stairs. Inmates wear orange, not officers. The FBI stating a, quote, flash of orange looks to be going up the stairs. Could possibly be an inmate escorted up to Epstein's tier. Now, the FBI's own video review detected that prison orange uniform of a possible inmate. That's big. This review had the evidence. orange that could be an inmate. But we are now learning it was cut, hidden, or accidentally left out of the DOJ report. The new files reveal this never-before-seen set of details about Epstein's area.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
The night of his death. And we could show you the locked tier around Epstein's cell, 10:39 p.m. that night. A blurry orange figure appears. The original FBI log calls it that flash of orange, could possibly be an inmate. And note that careful description, because then the DOJ review of the same footage changes it to write, quote, inmates are currently on lockdown. It's possible someone is carrying.
I'm not sure how I got muted. That's very annoying to me. Thank you, everyone, for letting me know. Yeah, that's not great.
Inmate linen up the stairs. Now, that's a huge difference. It replaces observation, orange, with conjecture. Inmates are on lockdown, so they shouldn't be around. But the rule that inmates are supposed to be on lockdown doesn't resolve whether one wasn't, just like Epstein was supposed to get those 30-minute checks, but didn't, that I told you about. Now, the DOJ's change prevents questions about that orange flash and if the jail made another mistake. And the public report by the DOJ hides this dispute over the orange flash. It states that an officer appears to walk up the stairway. CBS's Daniel Rutnick first documented this in a report. Who entered Epstein's jail tier the night of his death? Newly released video logs appear to contradict official accounts. And independent experts telling CBS.
It seems like everything contradicts what the Trump administration and the FBI says. It's fascinating how contradictory everything seems to be to the narratives that have been told to us. I love the thought of accidental video editing. That one to me is hilarious. That's what I was saying earlier when I muted myself. As somebody who does video editing, I find it funny. I find it rather laughable to think of accidental video editing. Whoopsies, we cut a piece of this video out. How did that happen? Weird.
That's really weird.
Because, of course, you really can't do, especially with something like this, especially when you're supposed to be releasing everything, it would be weird to accidentally edit something out of something that's supposed to be unedited. Right? Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, how would you accidentally cut a piece of the footage out when you're supposed to be releasing all of it? You would think it would never even enter editing software. But as we already know, it was, because we talked about that too earlier this year.
Is more consistent with someone wearing an orange prison uniform than a corrections officer. The fact is, the DOJ's own watchdog report minimized the FBI evidence. That is just a fact. Now, people can debate why. Was that a good faith mistake or a malicious cover-up? Even videos suggesting an inmate on the loose does not resolve questions around Epstein's death, but it would be another rule violation, and it would add to the evidence suggesting you need a deeper investigation of potential foul play. Now, that was the only camera angle working, shown here on this map. The DOJ report notes recording failures do predate this Epstein probe. There was a history there, and the only working camera that covers a common area outside the entrance to Epstein's general area is here. There isn't video from that better camera that pointed down Epstein's hallway. Now, back in our timeline, moments after Epstein was found dead, The new files for the first time allow us to see the area footage at the moment of that discovery. A figure moving from the desk in the upper left corner towards Epstein's tier and then returning quickly. We see increasing activity. The video adds to the picture of how jail staff responded. It doesn't look like it was an expected event, some giant conspiracy, at least for the officers on the scene. You can see it gets chaotic. They're moving around outside Epstein's tier. But the FBI then didn't arrive for 7 hours. And that's a problem because by then guards had removed Epstein's body. The cell was in disarray. The crime scene tainted under Trump DOJ authority. And the feds didn't fingerprint or DNA test materials in the cell, which is basic forensics to check if other.
I would just like to point something out, because Ari Melber refuses to lean into the conspiracy. I'd like to point out that the existence of chaos does not mean that there wasn't a conspiracy, right? Like, not everybody needs to be clued in for there to be a conspiracy afoot. Like, that's something that we all need to understand, okay? Not every single person needs to know what's happening for there to be a conspiracy, right? And in some cases, that can actually be helpful, so that you can look more feasible, more reasonable. Like, oh, I had no idea what was going on, because that person actually didn't know what was going on, right? But does not mean that there can't be some amount of what do you want to call it? Collective action being taken by any number of people.
Were in the cell or touched items. The jail had control of the scene, but mismanaged the evidence. How bad was it? Well, officers found Epstein with a noose around his neck. But by the time they were done tainting the crime scene, the feds were never even able to establish which noose killed Epstein. There were several nooses fashioned from the clothing. Investigators said they did conclude one handmade noose you see here was not the one used. That's odd. The original account says a guard literally ripped the cloth away when they found Epstein hanging, and then CPR. So the new files reveal the underlying evidence from this probe, and the government expected that stuff to stay secret. They never expected that we'd be on the news telling you about it. Like one guard recounting that he didn't recall taking the noose off. I really don't. We can also tell you that after the death, 2 officers were put on leave. Within a week, the medical examiner did state the cause of death was suicide by hanging, mentioning no evidence of defensive wounds that might be part of an attack. The examiner also reviewed footage and thought it was just too blurry to draw conclusions. The new files show they also delayed that ruling on suicide for more review because of Epstein's status. A forensic pathologist hired by Epstein's brother, Dr. Baden, also looked over the autopsy and had a different conclusion, determining injuries on Epstein's neck were closer to, quote, strangulation than suicide. Now, Baden once served as chief medical examiner in New York. Months later, as we go to the timeline, the DOJ indicted the guards on duty that night for lying about the inmate checks that never happened. That's a big deal. It added pressure, though, for those guards to cooperate in the probe, and the DOJ later dropped those same charges. We are learning the FBI heard from an inmate who said that officers were heard discussing covering up Epstein's death in some manner. That was reported just this week by the Miami Herald's Julie K. Brown. There was heat on the Trump DOJ over what you can now see was a debacle that looked even worse over time. And in the middle of the probe, Trump Attorney General Barr made an unusual announcement that he said he watched the jail footage. He ruled out anyone entering the cell or foul play. This was days after the guards were first indicted. Barr giving his case, but there were so many failures he didn't deny them, including, of course, the video recording. He just said the jail had a, quote, perfect storm of screw-ups. Years later, the DOJ report documents those failures, but avoided any mention of the crucial conflicting evidence I just showed you tonight, the flash of orange, whether a person or even an inmate was on the loose near Epstein's cell area. Now, it can be reasonable to make an investigative finding that it's
just in case anybody doesn't know what this stands for, because I've watched enough prison dramas in my time. The SHU, the SHU, is short for Special Housing Unit. which is a place where special people go, where they get special surveillance. And yet somehow Epstein went unsurveilled for many, many hours.
Now, it can be reasonable to make an investigative finding that it's unlikely anyone still entered Epstein's locked cell that night. Or you could state that the total evidence just doesn't suggest it. But Trump officials who oversaw these problems in 2019 and the Biden-Garland DOJ later issuing the report, okay, they went farther. They basically stretched to try to tamp down the growing public concerns. We've heard about a cover-up being sometimes worse than the original incident. Well, ironically, that kind of strained overreach can feed questions about government secrecy, cover-ups, or even foul play. The CBS investigation noted the jail camera angle means it's just not possible to rule out if someone could have climbed the stairs and entered that tier. And this new law has forced out all these documents. It's made the DOJ finally show its work, and that's driving these fresh questions. Autopsy and 2 administrations did state Epstein took his own life. Suicide. But other insiders disagree. Several saying they don't think Epstein took his life, including his brother, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the pathologist I mentioned. And some of those claims can be suspect, as his defenders or even conspirators.
I don't know why these are the 4 people he's got to bring up. Everybody thinks that you should have just replaced these 4 images with, I don't know, an image of America. Because nobody believes that literally nobody believes that he killed himself. Shakespeare, good to see you. Member for 6 months with Galactic individual membership message highlight. Happy to see all of my friends. I think everyone's happy to see you, Shakespeare. All right, let's go here next. Forbes breaking news from Monday with the clip. Where Representative Min Jesus, is it California? I can't remember what state this guy's from. But Democratic Representative Min, don't remember his first name either, spoke at the House Oversight Committee. The Oversight Committee, where Governor Tim Walz and Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, were testifying regarding fraud.
Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Min from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for convening this hearing. Let's start at the outset by just stating the obvious. Waste, fraud, and abuse are horrible. They're stealing from taxpayers. They're taking money and food out of the mouths of hungry kids. I have spent my career fighting against fraud. I started my career at the SEC, prosecuting corporate fraud, continued on as a law professor, teaching the next generation. And as someone on the Oversight Committee, this is a very, very important issue to me. Again, every dollar that is stolen from these programs is a dollar that's not just taken from us hardworking taxpayers. It is something that is meant for a better use. And so I appreciate the gist of this hearing, but as I pointed out in prior hearings on allegations of fraud in Minnesota, the singular and exclusive focus on the Somalian community in Minnesota seems very partisan and wrong, because we know there's massive fraud across this country, particularly in southern states, including states like Florida and Mississippi. Mississippi is still at trial right now over $77 million in welfare fraud. federal prosecutors have recently arrested a Russian national accused of submitting billions of dollars in fraudulent schemes in Texas and Florida. And of course, Oklahoma and Alabama consistently rank as the highest states when it comes to SNAP fraud. And yet we've only focused on Minnesota. Why? As a freshman member, I've been here 14 months, but I've learned that their House Republicans are all single-issue voters with just a handful of exceptions. And that single issue, the only thing that you all care about is whether you're on Team Trump or not. And so when Donald Trump goes after Minnesota and falsely claims that he won the election there 3 times and that it was rigged against him, I pay close attention. When he says that he would no longer admit Somalians to this country because they contribute, quote, nothing to this country, I listen. That's a wildly racist statement, but it's going to reflect what Republicans are going to do, and that is why we're holding this hearing. I care about welfare fraud, and I care about the scumbags who rip off taxpayer money. But if this was about welfare fraud, we'd be also hauling in people like Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves and former NFL quarterback Brett Favre, who clearly knew about a scheme to send money to build a volleyball facility at the college his daughter was playing at.
Did he just say that Brett Favre did Medicare fraud or something like that? You gotta hear that one more time.
And former NFL quarterback Brett Favre, who clearly knew about a scheme to send money to build a volleyball facility at the college his daughter was playing at, receive funds for $600,000 or more for work that he never did from the government, again, taking money from...
You're telling me that Brett Favre defrauded the government? You're telling me the deflator defrauded the government? Oh, wow.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Mouths of children that are hungry. No, this hearing is not about welfare fraud. It's about placating Donald Trump. This committee is holding this hearing for the same reasons that it's ignoring the massive corruption we know that Donald Trump is engaged in his family, soliciting bribes from foreign governments and private companies in exchange for regulatory favor, for the same reason that Republicans are protecting pedophiles right now and that the DOJ is right now actively deleting Epstein files while we're at war with Iran. It's why they ignore their...
Goddamn, Representative Min from California. Laying it down here. Claiming that the DOJ is deleting the Epstein files while the Trump administration wages war in Iran.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
All right, let's keep talking about the Epstein files. Back to MS Now 2 days ago. The new key background details in the Epstein-Trump Accuser's FBI interview.
Late last week, the Department of Justice released 3 previously missing FBI memos that we knew the Department of Justice had but did not put up on their website when they released the files, that summarized the Bureau's 2019 interviews with a woman who said that Jeffrey Epstein groomed, trafficked, and sexually abused her when she was a minor. Illegal. And in those interviews, the woman also said that when she was between 13 and 15 years old, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, sexually abused and beat her. The FBI seemed to take these accusations seriously.
I did everything right and they indicted me
4 times, producing these FBI memos, which contain a bunch of details that are... FBI seemed to take these accusations seriously enough that they interviewed the same woman 4 times, producing these FBI memos, which contain a bunch of details that are, let's say, they're verifiable but were not verified, meaning it's possible to use available public records to just start to cross-reference some of the factual assertions she makes when describing her abuse and the situation. And that is exactly the kind of investigation that South Carolina newspaper, the Post and Courier, undertook with this enterprise reporting. They were able to verify a number of the women's claims about her background, her family, using things like court records, police reports, old print reporting, and property records. Now, Donald Trump has consistently denied wrongdoing, any wrongdoing, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. And the Post and Courier, I should be clear, does not substantiate the woman's allegations about Trump. In fact, the paper reports, quote, of the details the Post and Courier found supported by public records, none related directly to the alleged victim's claims about Trump. But this new reporting shows that this woman's story is, let's just say, not a completely fictitious or fabricated account, right? It's not disproven. It's not dispositively ruled out based on facts here. The paper reached out to the woman and her lawyer. They did not respond. Joining me now is Marilyn Thompson, veteran investigative reporter at the Post and Courier, who dug into public records to publish that story with her colleague, Mitchell Black. Marilyn, I just want to start by praising the work that your colleague, Mitchell Black, who I know was running around doing sort of shoe leather reporting on this, and you have done on this, because my first thought when I read through these documents, I read them a number of times, is, okay, there's some basic assertions here that should be in the public record that we can start to sift through. So tell me what you started to look for and what you found.
Yeah, Chris, if you remember the progression of the release of documents, the first document came out a little earlier, and it had a pretty substantial story of her abuse while she was living on Hilton Head Island. A lot of details that basically Mitch and I put our heads together and said, you know, these are either true or not true. And we came at this from the assumption that good reporting is looking back at the record to try to verify facts as they exist. And in this case, we were able to verify any number of claims that she made in her initial report. What she did in the second FBI interview, the first one had ended rather abruptly, and she started mentioning Trump, and then she shut down. The FBI came back and got a more detailed account. Mitch, who's a fearless young reporter, got on a plane and went to the West Coast. We had made an editorial decision that we would not name this victim. But he went to the West Coast and was able to look in the public records in kind of a breakneck pace and find verification of a number of the claims.
Can you walk us through those?
It was really interesting to watch it.
Can you just walk us through, like, let's start with that first interview and just like the basic claims. Hilton.
I mean, this is pretty shocking stuff. We weren't taking this claim, I mean, I would say, partly due to the fact there were so many other things going on, but I felt like we weren't taking this claim with a ton of, I don't know if seriousness is the wrong word, but like, I feel like generally speaking, people were dismissing this claim. We had seen multiple, I feel like we'd seen multiple clips of people attempting to dismiss this for whatever reason, claiming the timeline that didn't make sense or whatever else, and blah blah blah. And now it would seem, in fact, that may have all been bullshit. Shock of shocks.
Of the claims.
Can you walk us through those?
Interesting to watch it.
Can you just walk us through, like, let's start with that first interview and just like the basic claims. Hilton Head Island. She says she was there at the time. She answered this advertisement, I think, for babysitting is how she describes it. Like, what were you able to sort of pin down?
Yeah, I mean, there was a story behind it that her mother was a realtor on the island, that her mother had loaned her out for babysitting services to clients of her rental real estate company, and that she had gone to a house thinking she was babysitting, and this attack began. She did have a number of other encounters with the person that she later identified as Jeffrey Epstein. So we were able to take that story, the mother, we didn't know who she was, but we found her. You know, we found the mother, we found the mother's cases, we found property records. We did old-fashioned shoe leather type stuff that I haven't seen done in many a year.
And what that just means is that, again, you know, you can imagine someone calls an FBI tip line and says something, and it's just totally fabricated. I was in a plane with so-and-so, and we flew to Dubai, and they, did something, and then it's like, you were never on that plane. You're not. In this case, just the ground fact of, like, she was in Hilton Head Island. Again, we don't want to give any details that revealed her identity, but she's around the age that this would be the case, that her mother was a realtor there, that she did live there, that these are all things that you can kind of nail down as true.
Correct. Yeah, and we were able to identify her high school. We were able to find her picture in the high school yearbook, her friend's picture. There was a friend who made a similar tip to the FBI, and unfortunately, the friend, in the FBI's kind of bungled handling of an internal memo, they put some identifying details about this friend that were quite interesting and verifiable. So we were able, through this mosaic, to kind of create a picture of what this woman's life had been like, and then tell the story. And I thought it was a very compelling story. We have a lot of respect for victims.
I mean, the story that we are talking about is one of the most horrifying stories that we have heard. And if it is, in fact, as this woman claims, all like at least parts of this verifiable, it leads one to think that perhaps the rest of it is perhaps verifiable, or what's the word? Containing some amount of veracity therein, if you will. Wow. And it's not a guarantee that it's all true. But the fact there was a second accuser, two people who knew each other. Honestly, the story is disturbing. The more that I know about it, the more it disturbs me. And if it's true, that would, I mean, if the story that she told is true, it would mean that the president is literally, oh God, I can barely bring myself to say the words. Plausible, sure. Yep. I mean, there's all sorts of words we could use to describe what, if in fact, I assume, like, that this woman did a fair amount of journalistic effort and research. It sounded like a team of people who were working on this, and it would seem that they have managed to verify some amount of the details of this individual's FBI report, as well as the other individual. The two, whatever, I mean, they were friends. Yeah, it is disturbing that they allowed her information out there into the world. They really just don't care about the victims, and perhaps because Donald Trump is maybe one of the chief victimizers in the files. And I've said before, it's entirely possible that they had like a similar arrangement that Epstein and Les Wexner had. Les Wexner had Victoria's Secret and all those fashion shows. Donald Trump had Miss Universe, and I think his own, or at least I think Donald Trump was invested in some sort of modeling agency as well. at one point in like the 90s or something. I can't remember if I'm just making that up in my head right now. I could have sworn. Let me just look this up. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Trump model management. Yep. Trump model management. All right, let's go to status quo news or something other than on the ground news. A horrifying recounting of Epstein files related bombshells that have hit this week. The latest of the Epstein files. Trump was on speakerphone while Epstein ordered minor to give him a nude massage.
A what now?
Illegal.
The massive amount of files that have been released as part of the Epstein files so far, and that includes a revelation that Epstein was apparently on a phone call with Donald Trump as he was getting a massage from a 16-year-old girl, raising new questions about, again, what did Trump know and when did he know it? And most importantly, why didn't he say anything? This is reporting from the Daily Mail, where they go with the headline, Jeffrey Epstein ordered 16-year-old victim to undress and give him a massage while he was on speakerphone with Trump, newly released file claims. Jeffrey Epstein ordered a 16-year-old girl to give him a massage while he was on the phone with Donald Trump, moments before sexually assaulting her, an FBI memo newly released by the Justice Department claims. In an interview with investigators, the teenage alleged victim said Epstein urged her to hurry, saying, let's go, before climbing onto the massage table as she got undressed. Epstein was speaking to Trump on speakerphone at the time, according to her account. It is unclear from the interview when the call ended or how she knew it was Trump. So some details missing, and by the way, I think too many details in here probably for a lot of our liking. This is the nature of dealing with Epstein stories. If you have a weak stomach, I apologize. There's going to be a little bit more detail here as we go along, so viewer discretion advised here. But it again shows Epstein felt comfortable enough with Trump, as with a lot of the people in his orbit who seem to be suspiciously close to Epstein as he is abusing these girls.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's enough of this. We really don't need more of this. This headline is truly enough, in my opinion. I mean, how? How does this happen? And you don't do anything about it. He doesn't do anything about it. It's intense. It's intense. It's intense to think that we have a man in office right now who seemingly has been fine with this. And by the way, I mean, what are we talking about even? What was the timing of all of this? Right? Like, Trump and Epstein knew each other into the 2000s. There's supposedly correspondence with them even after Trump claimed to have broken things off with Epstein. And I just can't. I just look at this fucking headline and just sort of broke it inside. I mean, it points to Donald Trump clearly knowing that there were crimes happening to underage girls and seemingly doing nothing about it, just continuing to have phone conversations with Jeffrey Epstein while it happens. Or maybe this is more the white hatting that we've been told so much about. It's just deep cover. Saw this and never reported it to anybody. So deep he couldn't even tell the FBI about it. Now, speaking of the FBI is supposed to be, sort of like the law enforcement apparatus in this country, the top law enforcement apparatus of the country. And as a result, one would assume that, I think most of us assume, that the FBI fairly good at keeping things like documents secure, stuff like that, right? You would think. You would think this is kind of their job to collect documents, evidence, and such. Important things of a sensitive nature. They'd be good at sort of keeping it
Some
secure.
explosive news coming out of Reuters yesterday, and it is that the Epstein files were hacked in 2023. Pop this headline up, Kylie. Exclusive: foreign hacker in 2023 compromised Epstein files held by FBI. Source and documents show. So Representative Ted Lieu has some analysis here, which I think is spot on. Pop up his post. A foreign hacker likely has the Epstein files. The best way to prevent blackmail of government officials such as Trump and Howard Lutnick would be for Pam Bondi to stop the cover up and release all the Epstein files as required by law. So let's think about this for a second. Somebody, some foreign entity, and this isn't probably just some individual hacker. This is probably some spy agency, Mossad, et cetera. So who has the Epstein files? Who has the copies of the Epstein files? And that's a really important question.
Who has them? It's a question we should be asking ourselves right now. If the Epstein files got hacked, who were they hacked by? Who were they hacked by? And who's using that information to their benefit, huh? The next president must commit to investigating and prosecuting every crime of this regime. Yeah, that would be good. I mean, the president can't do that. But they got to put someone in the DOJ who's not a Merrick Garland, somebody who actually is going to hold some people to account for the crimes and not just be like, we must move forward. It's like, bitch, crimes were committed in the past. In fact, all crimes are committed in the past when you prosecute them. That's how justice works. All right, let's keep talking about this hack over at the Hill.
A recent report from Reuters revealed that a foreign hacker accessed FBI files relating to the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and compromised them.
The breach reportedly occurred on February 12, 2023, during a break-in at the FBI's New York field office.
According to sources and recently published Justice Department documents reviewed by Reuters, they disclosed that the hack occurred after a server at the Child Exploitation Forensics Lab was inadvertently left.
This is insane. How do you leave someone physically? It was barely a hack. They just physically left this shit compromised.
vulnerable during evidence handling.
The document also said that the intrusion was discovered the next day when an FBI special agent, Aaron Spivak, found a text message on the system left by the hacker warning that the network had been compromised.
That was nice of him. The FBI...
Oh, okay, never mind. No, it wasn't physical. It was okay, but still, it's buggy. This is insane. Why weren't we told about this? Why weren't we told about this sooner? Why is this stuff all coming out as a result of people going through the files? That's my question. I'm sorry, I can't handle more of that particular one because Robbie. Because this fucking guy's face. I mean, look at his face. How can we possibly... Come on. Come on, tell me I'm not right. We can't keep doing this. We can't keep doing this. It's not right. Why does he look so weird? I don't know. You know what? I've figured it out. I figured it out. Hold on. I figured it out. It's because Robbie, whatever his name is a fully grown man, but he looks like Cameron Diaz from Something About Mary. I mean, look at this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
How can anyone take you seriously? Yes, because of the hair. Exactly. Thank you, Frizla. Because of the hair. You get it. It looks like somebody, you know, got some stuff in his hair and he just sort of left it like that. All right, final Epstein-related story. Down to New Mexico to talk about the Zorro Ranch, the former property of Jeffrey Epstein, where supposedly very nefarious things were going on.
Reopening the Epstein case in one state. Now, law enforcement in New Mexico are searching a sprawling ranch there, formerly owned by convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The ranch is coming under renewed scrutiny because of details in newly released FBI files. Last month, the state's House of Representatives voted to create a bipartisan truth commission looking into allegations of criminal activity there. Joining me now is a member of that commission, New Mexico State Representative Mariana Anaya. Thank you so much for being here. Look, you know, we were looking through the files, and in late January, there was a 2019 email received by a local radio host that alleged that somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, the ranch, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. That is what was written. That is, of course, an unverified allegation. Do you know what authorities are looking for? Are they potentially looking for bodies there?
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me this morning. You know, I think at this point, anything is in the realm of possibility. a big misstep that happened previously was that people didn't listen to survivors. People did not listen to tips that came in. And so for us, we are taking everything into consideration. Now, in New Mexico, something that is true for us is that a lot of the history lives in our people, it lives in the land. And so it is not out of the realm of possibility for us to be looking for these types of things.
In so many cases, the police and justice system, as you just alluded to, it failed the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and other men who took part in horrible deeds. Do you know to what extent the happenings at the ranch there in New Mexico were investigated in the first place?
You know, to our understanding, there was never a full investigation that was done. And that's part of the reason we formed the Truth Commission. We're actually working really closely with the New Mexico Department of Justice, which of course is the prosecutory arm. We are the investigatory arm. And we know that not everything is going to rise to the level of a crime, but we do know that as a Truth Commission, we want to be sure that we are telling the entirety of the story. Right? What does it mean for an entire community to have this happening in their own backyard? What does it mean to take responsibility for that? What does it mean for the state to take responsibility for any mishappenings? And what does it mean to hold people accountable for their crimes? And so we're working together with the Department of Justice here in New Mexico to make sure that that happens.
I want to ask you about that because other countries are making arrests. We saw the arrest of former Prince Andrew. We're seeing resignations of very powerful people. In your investigation, do you see any chance that the same will happen here in the U.S.?
You know, it's a possibility. I think at the federal level, there is so much disappointment in the fact that there hasn't been action taken. But here in New Mexico, we're really proud that we are leading the way. You know, we are saying, you know what, we believe that there is truth in what the survivors are saying, and we're here to investigate it.
Jeffrey Epstein's longtime accountant testified before the House Oversight Committee today as Congress is seeking answers on how the late sex trafficker accumulated his wealth and how it was used for illegal activities. Richard Kahn managed Jeffrey Epstein's vast finances and investments. He's the co-executor of Epstein's estate, and he told lawmakers today that he didn't know the extent of Epstein's crimes until after his death. It's pretty notable testimony given the various cases against Jeffrey Epstein and all the public detailed reporting about his crimes while he was very much still alive. Kahn also testified, quote, that we tracked the expenditures as meticulously as possible, including gifts by Epstein to women and men. The gifts represent a very small fraction of his spending. I did not see them as red flags for abuse or trafficking. My source tonight is a member of the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Ro Khanna, Democrat of California. And thank you, sir, for being here. First off, do you believe him when he says he didn't know about this when Jeffrey Epstein was alive?
I don't know, but what I will say is he wasn't very forthcoming about other men who may have been involved in the abuse. At one point,
let's be real. All of these people who were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein knew what he was doing. But for his accountant to pretend that he doesn't know what Jeffrey Epstein was doing, it's utterly ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. I mean, hold on. Let me just look this up. Hold on. Let me find this. Okay, yeah. Let's just go to this really quickly. How you could be the accountant for this guy and not know or not have any idea of any sort of crimes going on is laughable. J.P. Morgan, Jeffrey Epstein's bank, and if you're Jeffrey Epstein's accountant, you're going to be familiar with all of his financial accounts at places like J.P. Morgan and wherever else. J.P. Morgan processed over $1 billion for Jeffrey Epstein despite internal concerns over sex offender status. So J.P. Morgan knew about his sex offender status. And they had internal concerns, but his accountant had none. J.P. Morgan Chase handled the processing of more than $1 billion for Jeffrey Epstein over the course of 15 years, despite internal concerns over his status as a sex offender and financial activity, according to a new investigative report by the New York Times. Time cited internal bank records, sealed deposition transcripts, other court documents, and financial data, as well as interviews with people who had knowledge of Epstein's relationship with the firm. J.P. Morgan had since said that its relationship with Epstein was a mistake and would have been discontinued if they believed he was involved in an ongoing sex trafficking ring. Oh, of course. Of course they would. Epstein had accounts at J.P. Morgan worth more than $200 million and played a role in helping the bank land similarly high net worth clients, including Google co-founder Sergey Brin, as well as making introductions to world leaders and helping broker an acquisition for the firm. Oh, wasn't Jeffrey helpful?
Aren't I a good
What a helpful guy. What a good guy. Landing J.P. Morgan clients, big-time clients, billionaire clients. My gosh, he's just a guy who helps people. He's like a philanthropist. A review by J.P. Morgan's compliance division in 2006, the year Epstein was arrested and indicted on sex crimes, flagged concerns with routine withdrawals ranging from $40,000 to $80,000 multiple times per month, which totaled $750,000 in that year-to-date period. Those transactions totaled nearly $1.75 million in cash withdrawals by the time Epstein pled guilty in 2 counts of felony solicitation of prostitutes. $1.75 million in cash. You're the accountant for that guy, and you're like, everything seems above board. Keep doing whatever you're doing, Jeffrey. Really? Really? Come on. You shut up. You shut up. Like, I know it's your fiduciary duty to not divulge information for your clients, but you shut up, okay? Don't pretend like you didn't know what was going on.
He said, look, there were hundreds of survivors who were paid settlements, and there were people other than Epstein and Maxwell involved because the survivors said that. But beyond that, he really was not that forthcoming.
So there's been some confusion tonight, or back and forth, with the House Oversight Committee and the Republicans on your committee that I'm hoping you can clear up. They say you were trying to have a gotcha moment about President Trump in regards to a question that you asked, that the accountant was not referring to a Trump accuser when he was talking about a settlement the Epstein estate had paid. Can you explain what happened?
So I asked about the woman who has alleged that Donald Trump raped her when she was 13. Now, as we know, the FBI released one of those witness interviews first. They didn't release 3 of the witness interviews. I pushed for that, as did Thomas Massie. Then they released the other 3 to comply with Thomas Massie and my law. I have no idea whether those are true or not. One of the things her attorney has said is that she was paid a settlement from the Epstein estate. So I said, this Jane Doe 4, and I made the actual case number, and I said, did the Epstein estate pay this survivor? And the lawyer took a brief pause, and he said, can I just confirm to make sure we're talking about the right person? I said, this is the person who has accused President Trump of rape. And then the con said, yes, that person was paid. Hours later, 5 hours later, he said, oh, no, I was talking about a different woman. So he backtracked on that, and people will be able to see the testimony. So I don't know which time he's telling the truth. Maybe he genuinely forgot.
I don't know which time he was telling the truth. Wow, it's incredible. Oh, boy. We're literally run by a billionaire PDF cabal. All right. Let's talk about immigration. And who better to help us understand what's been going on with regards to that issue in this country than an immigration attorney?
Calling from a 509 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Sam, this is Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. Long time no hear from.
What do we got to do to get this shirt down one more button? I feel like it's like...
I don't have it down that
Join
much.
themajorityport.com to get another 150 members.
Super chat. If we get to $100 in super chats by the end of this call.
Let's see how we do on Twitch with the hype train.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Augers.
So I wanted to talk about immigration stuff real quick.
Well, you're an immigration attorney, and so you would know.
Yeah. I'll be honest, it's been really bad. I think you touched on this yesterday. One of the big things we've been seeing really since like mid-December is the re-detention of asylum seekers. And in Washington state, the federal courts have been really good about letting people out on a habeas. I mean, you got to go to federal court and say, hey, you can't re-detain this guy without giving him a hearing first and like explaining why you're re-detaining him, because ICE is inventing pretexts for detaining people like, on our surveillance app where you have to upload a photo every Wednesday, you forgot a week back in August, and so we're going to detain you. And so at least in Washington, like, we've been pretty successful in getting people out. But even when you're quote unquote successful, that means somebody spends over a month in detention, and people are coming out with PTSD. I mean, even in the best case scenario where everything goes your way and you get things filed really quick and you've got a good judge, I mean, we're just destroying people. And then I just in the last couple of days, I've talked to 3 or 4 people who were sent out to like detention centers in Mississippi and Louisiana. So they're, thousands of miles away from their families. One guy has been detained for over 2 months. His hearing is still showing as docketed in Tacoma with no hearing on the calendar. And he's been begging ICE this whole time, like, please just deport me. And like, I'm looking at these people, they're totally defeated. I mean, there's just a vacancy behind the eyes. They came here, they were threatened, they faced real persecution in their countries. They came here with a hope of a better future, and they're looking at me going, I know I'm going to be murdered in my home, in my country, but I can't, that future for me is preferable to the psychological torture that I'm undergoing in these detention facilities. And like, even without the terrible conditions that we hear about and things like that, even if it's a quote unquote nice facility, which none of them are, but like just the act of detaining somebody is so violent, and especially in these types of conditions where people don't know, like, when will I be out? Like, what is even fucking happening in my case right now? And again, these are not people who've committed crimes, and even if they were, they wouldn't deserve this. But these are people who engaged the legal process. These are like legal obligations that we undertook following the Holocaust, right? And so, it's a small point, but it really pisses me off to see politicians immediately concede we did let too many people in thing. Like, all love and respect. But when Bernie goes on fucking Tim Dillon and says, we did do a good job closing the border and we did let too many people in. Well, this is the fix. This is the fix to having let too many people in. Detain them, make their lives miserable, make it so nobody fucking wants to ever come to this hellhole ever again. That's what we're doing. And so it's bullshit that, too many people were let in or whatever. But to concede that point paves the road for where we're going, which is, this on steroids at the big lot, distribution center or whatever they're doing. It's really disgusting. And I'm just like one guy. I'm like a solo practitioner in Washington. I've talked to like half a dozen people with these exact same set of facts, like in the last 3 or 4 days. And so, you know, whatever you're hearing about, it's worse. And so anyways, you deserve a lot of credit for really continuing to cover this. And it's just important that people stay engaged. And also, like, this is the last thing, I'll make it quick. I think we're coming close to $100 on those super chats. I'm going to drag it out a little bit longer. What, you know, well, just a really quick point. I know the left or the Democrats aren't going to accomplish anything for at least the next year. But, like, this is such a missed opportunity to, I mean, body cams and masks, like, fuck that shit. Like, honestly, like, they're killing people on camera. I mean, this is an obvious point, but this is a chance to get up there and say, you know what? We don't just want that stuff, which is important, but we want the DREAM Act. And the DREAM Act is a moderated position.
Right.
Like, millions of people get left out of the DREAM Act. But bring attention to it. Like, the number one obstacle we continue to see over and over again is people don't understand how any of this works.
There's been no attempt by the Democratic Party to articulate in a political matter. There may be a policy document. Biden may have sent a document down to Congress in 2023, but there has been no attempt as a political matter to articulate to explain the process and where the failure points are in the process in terms of, like, getting people into the system so that they can't be exploited, so that their exploitation doesn't help exploit other workers. I mean, that's what Bernie's issue is. It's a long time sort of perspective that undocumented immigrants hurt the workforce on some level, and which was true to the extent that you have a workforce that's going to be exploited, and bosses can do that. But there is a solution for that, and that is, don't make them undocumented. Put them into a system where their worker rights can be protected. But of course, we don't want to do that because we want companies want to exploit them.
For the first
It's really disturbing that we are depriving people of their lives just indefinitely for no good reason. People who have committed no crimes aside from just being here. We're just throwing them in cages like cattle and just letting them sit there to rot. To what end? To what end? What does that achieve? Any of the sadist ICE supporting people out there who may be hearing this, what does that achieve exactly in your mind? And how is that worth spending billions of dollars a year on? Is the cruelty the point? Is that you get off on it? Some sort of masochist? Oh, holy shit, it just got like super cold in here all of a sudden. All right, let's go to Portland. As of course, ICE is still in Portland. As a result of the actions of ICE, people are having to completely change their lives.
to see it change so quickly to a place of fear where I had to teach my child how to put on a gas mask, and I had to constantly be on guard about, did we leave a window open?
With some people living near Portland's ICE facility now breathing a sigh of relief after a federal judge issued a preliminary injunction restricting the use of tear gas and other chemical munitions by federal agents. The ruling follows months of complaints that the munitions were seeping into the homes of a nearby affordable housing complex. Now, under the ruling, federal officers can no longer use chemical munitions in ways that are likely to reach Gray's Landing, except when necessary to protect human life. This is a separate from a lawsuit filed by protesters that also challenges the use of tear gas by federal agents. We're still waiting for a decision in that case.
Business owners and vendors.
Yeah, people have been living under a state of terror thanks to ICE in Portland, their use of tear gas. Leading to ridiculous things, like children wearing gas masks indoors. It's basically like we're living under, an occupying force, like we're being invaded. It's like it finally came true. All the fear-mongering from Republicans finally invaded by an occupying force, but it's paid for by your tax dollars. Meanwhile, businesses are losing out from coast to coast as a result of these enforcement efforts.
Business owners and vendors in some of Orange County's downtown districts are looking for help in staying afloat. On top of rising costs, they say they are still trying to recover from the effects of the immigration enforcement operations.
NBC4's Hetty Chang live for us in downtown Santa Ana, where some businesses have had to close. Hetty.
Yeah, Colleen and Michael, that's right. We learned of at least 2 Orange County business owners who said they had to close up shop recently, in large part because of the impact from these immigration raids and enforcements last summer, including one woman who says she had a storefront here in downtown Santa Ana for the past 8 years.
We met Maria along 4th Street as she went store to store trying to sell her homemade juices. She has had some personal challenges, but Maria says that, along with the fear from immigration raids over the summer, has left her with few customers and few options. Elisa Ochoa Gonzalez says she too is barely hanging on. Gonzalez tells us it's sad to see some customers can't afford even a few dollars for fruit. She tells them to eat and pay her later. This as she herself is working from a donated cart and table, her makeshift storefront where she sells snacks and drinks. She says the economy, everything is bad. The Bureau of Labor Statistics says food prices rose by nearly 3% over the 12 months ending in January. The war in Iran expected to raise costs even more.
There you go. Just in Orange County alone, in Orange County, California, $59 million lost as a result of ICE enforcement. What do you figure nationwide? Minnesota. All the other places. I mean, must be billions. Billions of dollars lost to the economy. Now, CNN has attempted to do some journalism over here. Investigating how immigration agents have been breaking the rules.
In these videos,
like dozens of others we reviewed from across the country, we kept seeing federal immigration agents aggressively use a variety of weapons against observers and protesters. Everything from tear gas cans and pepper spray to pepper ball guns and munition launchers. These weapons are known to be less lethal. Unlike guns, they're designed to be less likely to cause death or serious injury. And since last summer, these weapons have been heavily used by agents sent into U.S. cities.
Less lethals? We're going to look at shipping tractor-trailer loads of that shit in here.
So we looked into how they're being used. We analyzed dozens of videos where immigration agents deployed these less lethal weapons and found that agents were regularly using them in ways that violate federal and local law enforcement policies. Multiple videos show agents pepper spraying passive observers and bystanders from very close range. In this video from Minnesota, you see several officers handcuffing a man on the ground. He doesn't appear to be actively resisting, but this Border Patrol officer, not involved in the detention, bends down and sprays the man in the face from inches away. To understand if agents violated federal or local law enforcement policies, we reviewed DHS, CBP, DOJ, and police department guidelines on use of force. CBP's policies offer the most detailed federal rules. For pepper spray, it says it can be used on individuals who show, at minimum, active resistance. Some local police departments have even stricter guidelines, saying the spray should be used from at least 3 feet away. In other videos, the agents firing chemical munitions using these launchers also appeared to violate guidelines. CBP's rules say agents aren't allowed to intentionally target the head, neck, groin, spine, or female breast. In this video from California, watch as this agent enters the frame. He quickly points his launcher at this minister from only a few feet away and fires directly at his head. This video from Minnesota appears to show several of these violations. As one federal agent arrests this man on the ground, another agent begins throwing multiple tear gas cans at the observers. The other agent, still in the middle of detaining the man, has pepper spray in one hand and a munitions launcher in the other. He fires directly at an observer only a few feet away, though none of the observers appear to show signs of active or assaultive resistance. At the same time, the other officer throws this stun munition, which narrowly misses a man's head. Stun munitions can be used on subjects who show, at a minimum, assaultive resistance, according to CBP rules, which means a level of violence that could cause serious injury. Moments later, one of the officers pepper sprays an observer kneeling on the ground, and then points his munition launcher at others nearby. We took a closer look at this incident, a protest outside of an ICE detention facility in Illinois last September. Freelance journalist Lee Kunkel was recording these immigration agents walking towards the crowd, armed with their pepper ball guns.
What was the environment like when you got to the protest? What was the atmosphere there?
Nobody was throwing anything. Nobody was approaching the agents. It was a slightly more combative atmosphere, but certainly not violent on the protesters' side.
You can see Lee at the protest here, behind the white van with other photographers, when agents began firing pepper balls in their direction. Amid the spray of pepper balls, Lee is hit in the back of her head. You can make out the mark where the pepper ball hit Lee. She holds her head in pain and ducks behind the van for cover. What Lee didn't know is that some of the shots were coming from this agent to her right. He was standing about 20 feet away and behind this chain link fence. Here he is with his pepper ball gun aimed at her and resting on the fence for stability. The agent fires at Lee again. This time, he hits her directly in the face. This is the smoke cloud from the pepper ball's impact. As Lee runs away, the agent keeps firing at least 2 more rounds. They barely miss her. The pepper balls left Lee covered in blood coming from her nose. Lee was shot in the head and face with a pepper ball gun. Like its policy for munition launchers, CBP's rules for the weapon say authorized officers/agents shall not intentionally target the head, neck, spine, or groin of the intended subject unless the use of deadly force is reasonable.
I would love for somebody to explain what I was doing in that moment. That was a threat to anybody. I mean, I was crouched on the ground behind a van, completely unarmed.
And as thousands of new ICE recruits go through a shorter training program, They'll be sent into cities with less training than officers in other federal agencies.
They ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force.
This ICE whistleblower told Congress that classes on use of force were recently removed from ICE's new curriculum.
What was taken out of the training were classes on use of force, specifically classes taught by the legal department, as well as classes taught by other units.
In response to specific videos, DHS told us agents were responding to dangerous situations not always captured in the short clips and appropriately used less lethal weapons to protect themselves and control crowds. DHS told CNN in a statement, quote, ICE law enforcement officers are trained to use...
It's just fucking disgusting. But it's clear that it's systemic from the top down decision to put people out on the street who have not been trained, armed, and supposedly enforcing the law, but not trained on the law and how to enforce it properly. And it's no wonder why people are dying out there. This agency needs to be disbanded. But some people are very upset about DHS not getting funding right now. People like Ted Barrasso. Oh, he's upset.
Mr. President, I come to the floor this morning having just listened to the minority leader.
John Barrasso of the great state of Wyoming, where 3 or 4 people live.
I come to the floor this morning having just listened to the minority leader talk about the Department of Homeland Security, which the Democrats once again refuse to fund. How can the minority leader from New York have forgotten about why we have a Department of Homeland Security in the first place? It was set up after 9/11, after the Twin Towers were hit, so that could never happen again. And yet to sit here and listen to him talk about this component of it or that component, this was a program fundamentally set in place to protect our nation and our citizens from the terror that was rained upon us on 9/11. That's why the entire department was brought together and funded. And now we hear the minority leader.
Then why is it doing immigration for it, Mr. John? If it's for terror, then why is it dealing with immigrants?
Well, he wants to peel off this part and that part and take the department apart.
Why didn't the DHS prevent the terror that happened on January 6th? What's up with that? We're giving these guys billions of dollars supposed to prevent terror. Why didn't they stop the terror incident that occurred at the Capitol? It's weird. And why are they doing weather disaster stuff? Right? It's a fucking stupid agency. It's not even clear what the point of them is, aside from to turn everything about our country into a quasi-military enforcement apparatus. This guy's fucking psycho. He's ugh. He's so upset. Oh, the terror. What about the terror? I love how states like Wyoming get 2 senators, even though they're like 7 people live there. While New York gets 2 senators, even though like 20 million people live in the state of New York. It's fun. You know what else is fun? Comedy.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome to the program Ben Palmer, known online as Palmer Trolls. Ben, welcome to the program. Why Palmer Trolls?
I guess that maybe one way to describe some of the things I do, trolling, I guess, it started a while ago. Before I knew what trolling was, I was doing that. And then someone told me, hey, by the way, you're trolling. And I was like, okay, well, maybe I should just embrace this then.
There you go. What was it? How did you start? Well, we should say, the videos I have seen, I've actually seen the presentation you're going to give us. It's awesome. But some of the videos that I've seen all center around the fake ICE tip line that you put up there, and people call in and then you call back. Tell us about this. It's really, really funny and disturbing.
Yeah. There's been some disturbing calls. People, a lot of revenge deportation attempts, like exes trying to get back at people. But yeah, they think I'm some sort of legitimate person that can help them. And so it doesn't take much to get them to talk and tell me why and where and who they want to get deported. So there's been some interesting calls. I think one of the most egregious ones was the kindergarten teacher who looked into a 5-year-old kindergarten student at her school and wanted to get that kid's parents deported just because she said they looked out of place.
Do they leave them their number and you call them back? Is that the way it works? Okay.
Yeah, I also have a hotline too. So they.
The one I've seen that might be, I don't know, perhaps the most viral was the woman at, what was it, the Publix?
Oh, yeah.
Who called and was reporting the woman who helped her find water to ICE. And you were like, oh, so she helped you find the water. You were able to get the water. And you still want her rounded up, put in the van, and then driven over the border. And like they start to feel bad as the call goes on a little bit, but you don't break character. So it's brilliant. It's amazing stuff.
Yeah, she's like, I just didn't like that she spoke Spanish and her English wasn't great. I was like, but she did help you find the water, right? She's like, oh yeah, she took me right to it. It's like, oh, so now we're just gonna throw her in a van and take her across the border. She's like, whoa, hold on, I wasn't saying all that.
Yeah.
But that's what you're calling to do, though. That's what's going to happen.
I also enjoy that your supervisors called you back, and then you get reported sometimes for being a little bit sarcastic. When people after a while start to feel bad about it. Can you give us like broad strokes, like as to the demographics of people who call you? I guess I've heard more women than men on some level.
Yeah, it's been a lot of women. I've had my share of men, plenty of white people, but there's also been a handful of Indian people calling on other Indian people. There's been Hispanic people that have called. But yeah, mostly white people. Like in most things, the whites have the most of it.
Yeah.
Before we get into this this sort of scam that you ran that really got pretty deep into it, what other things have you done prior to the ICE tip line? Like what other I don't know. They're like pranks.
You were the city of Atlanta, right?
City of Atlanta, that's right. Yeah, it started with pretending to be a customer service representative on corporate Facebook pages. Like Walmart. People were mad at Walmart, whatever. And then, when I was living in Atlanta, Georgia, I made the City of Atlanta Facebook page, and that one got a lot of traction. And then the actual City of Atlanta was like, he needs to stop doing this. He's using our and then the news reported it. They put it on their screen. And then the news was like, do you have anything to say back? And so I gave them a list of demands. Like, I'll stop posting, but I need these things to happen. And it was like, all of my traffic tickets are absolved. 2 free rides on the trolley. And I asked for $50 in cash.
Did you get that? No.
Still,
but it's not illegal, right? I mean, is there a statute against vague, sort of impersonating a city's website? Is that illegal?
Well,
you don't have to admit to anything if you think it's going to be.
I kind of dance around the line.
It's a gray area. Yeah.
That's a gray. I like to explore gray areas. That should be the name of my next comedy special, actually. It's gray areas. No, but I think with that, it's like, it's parody. It's protected under parody. I don't ever try to do anything maliciously. I don't try to steal anyone's info. Never try to scam anybody for money. And the end goal for me is always just jokes.
Let's talk about this because I can't remember what the genesis was, but you ended up developing a fairly close relationship with Congressman Ted. What is it? Yoho? Was it Yoho? Right. Yeah. This is just crazy. So walk us through this, or start it up, or fire it up.
Okay. I'm going to start it up, and just as a quick intro, I'm going to do a bit about multi-level marketing companies, pyramid schemes, which there are a lot of those companies out there where nobody makes any money except if you're at the very top, you end up making a lot of money, and most people end up just losing money. Or just wasting their time. But one of these companies is called Monet, and they were getting in trouble because in addition to being a pyramid scheme, they were causing people's hair to fall out. Their hair.
Okay. Wow. And that wasn't the product that they were selling.
That was the byproduct of the product.
Tired of haircuts? We have a way of you losing your hair.
So I emailed them as a reporter named Jackie Jones with the Coloradoan Times.
Colorado.
Right.
Great logo.
Thank you. There's the Colorado one, but there's not the Coloradoan Times. I emailed them a quote from their CEO that says, "If you like the Vin Diesel look, you should try our hair products because they'll make you bald." And they emailed back and said that is absolutely unequivocally not from their CEO. So I said, okay, I'll make sure to note he didn't say anything about Vin Diesel. I said, but we do have a quote from Vin Diesel about him. I said, I can share that with you. They're like, yeah, we want to see that before you run it. So I'm like, okay, this is directly from Vin's reps. I've relied on Monet to keep me bald for years. Then the next email I got was from their lawyers, who sent a multi-page legal document that mentioned Vin Diesel several times. They said you can tell it's not their CEO by a simple Google search. They said if we publish this, that Monat's going to take swift legal action. And then they gave me a deadline to confirm that I won't publish it. They said if you have any questions or wish to address this issue further, please contact us or have your attorney do so. So I had my attorney do so. I said, on January 28th, 2021, you threatened to take swift legal action. I'm reaching out to inform you if you take any legal action against Jackie at the Coloradoan Times, even just a tiny hair of legal action, I'll respond by photoshopping every Monet executive bald, and these photos will be posted on the internet and made easily accessible by a simple Google search. In addition, I'll get in touch with every bald celebrity to ask them if they'd be interested in promoting Monet. That list includes, but is not limited to, Pitbull, Charles Barkley, Samuel Jackson, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Larry David, Seal, Terry Crews, and the Dalai Lama. You have until Friday, January 29, 2021, 59 a.m. Mountain Standard Time to
Wait, can you refresh me on what the time difference is between when you received that email, when you sent this email, and when the deadline is?
For the next day, I believe.
Okay, great.
I said that time has already passed.
Oh, there we
If you have
go.
any questions or wish to address this issue further, please do not hesitate to contact Jones. Sincerely, Jackie Jones, Jones, Jones & Jones, LLC, attorneys at law. You mess with Jones, you get the Jones. So I shared that interaction online, and somebody saw it, and I don't know how they got this link, but they sent me a link to a Zoom party that all the executives at Monet were having, all the people at the very top of the triangle. So I joined as Trey Angle. And I got awkward in there very quickly.
And I see one face I don't recognize. Who is Mr. Angle?
Hey, I'm Trey.
The beach bag.
And they removed Trey from the meeting. So I tried to change my name and rejoin, and they let me back in. So I was able to say,
You mess with the Jones? You get the Jones.
God.
Okay. And yeah, and so that's the kind of the stuff I do. So this happened. This happened. Yeah. So someone sent me a message all the way back in 2020. They said they bought the domain parlor.social. And they made a website making fun of the social media app Parler. And that was the Parler logo. This is the website logo that they made. Obviously, looks nothing like the actual Parler, but here's the website. You're in a safe space now. No facts, no filters.
Parler doesn't exist anymore, does it? Is it not? I think it's.
They kind of got bought by somebody else. They have like a different function now, but look, like the social media app Parler, no, it doesn't exist anymore. But at the time, it did. So he left like a form on the website for people to fill out, and that's why he reached out to me. He was like, "Hey, do you want to like respond to people who fill the form out?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." But then, you know, we never really heard anything from anybody filling out the form until a year and a half later. He messaged me again, saying that an actual congressperson filled out the form. His name is Ted Yoho, thinking that it's actually legitimately Parler. Ted Yoho was the guy who called AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a fucking bitch. And when he said that, it was like a big issue. People had made the news. And then he was supposed to apologize for it to Congress, but here was his apology.
The offensive name calling words attributed to me by the press were never spoken to my colleagues. And if they were construed that way, I apologize for their misunderstanding.
He's being very specific about not to. Oh, yeah.
I apologize for your misunderstanding. It's one of those fake apologies. Or it's like, I'm sorry that you feel bad about what I did. It's like, that's not what I asked for. That's not a real apology.
For loving my God, my family, and my country, I yield back.
Yeah, so that was his apology,
praise God.
quote unquote. But he left his phone number on the form, and he wanted someone from what he thought was Parler to reach out to him about making a podcast, helping him produce a podcast. So I called him.
Wait, why? What? Yeah. Hold on, you go by that so quickly. Like, he's like, I want to make a podcast. I don't know any other person in the world, so I'm going to reach out to a social media site and say, help me. Like, what? Does he not know anybody?
And not only a social media site, a website pretending to be a social media.
Yes.
Which, by the way, like clearly on that website, it says at the bottom, it says, "This is a joke. Please don't sue me." Like it literally says in fine print. But I guess he didn't see it. So when I called him, to be honest with you, I thought this was going to be like the first and last call, and so I was just going to say a bunch of crazy stuff, see if he would hang up on me and be done with it. But he never really picked up on anything I was saying when we talked about his podcast.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
Content's going to be
and then that's the look of what am I doing here right now?
Walter dresses the part a little bit. Walter has a character that whole backstory on that character. I can tell right there.
Right. So Ted's like giving a speech in this conference room. We're outside waiting for him. When we're waiting for him, all of a sudden these people approach us and start asking us these questions like, you know, do you belong here? Do you have a card? Can we see your license? I'm like, oh, great. Now we're about to get sent home. But we realized it was Walter, the one we recognized, because before all this, he had been doing things like this a lot in person. I'm usually all online. So we realized he was the one they recognized. For example, here's one of Walter's stunts where he joins on the beach Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz.
I'm so excited! I'm
mean, just everyone thinks you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy. People think you're a pedophile. I don't think you're a pedophile at all. I don't think the crimes against you are totally false.
Yeah.
They're totally false.
So Walter,
Oh my God.
he does this kind of thing. So we realized it was Walter who they recognized. So he texted our group chat. He says, I'm going to leave so you guys can keep doing this. And he was right. Walter was the one they recognized because I had security come up to me. And they had Walter's TikTok on their phone, and they're like, "Are you with this guy?" And I was like, "No, we just met him today. We don't really know him like that."
Of course.
That's on YouTube.
Now, Yoho doesn't realize that you've jettisoned Walter. So Yoho's not privy to the fact that everybody's like ringing the alarm bell about Walter being there.
Yoho does not know that Walter has now left. Here's what was going on in Yoho's perspective.
She goes, yeah, and I said, yeah, and they go, she goes, we thought they might be the TikTok disruptors.
Oh no, not the tiki-taki.
So,
not the tiki-taki disruptors.
So he blamed the Chinese instead of blaming us. So thank you, China, by the way, for getting us out of that. Because he never brought it up again. He did ask. He goes, "Where'd your buddy go?" And I was like, "Oh, I think he had to go home or something." So I was very nervous, but then he never brought.
But it's just so amazing too that like he's just like, I got the guys here. I gotta trust them. They're like
I mean, he's
just the fact that one of the guys just was unnecessary, I guess, and just.
He's so stupid. You don't have to be quick on your feet at all when dealing with him.
I mean, he's so congenial with you, really, too, already at this point. It's your first in-person meeting.
You're his only friend.
Yeah. I think he was just happy that we were there. I really don't understand what he was thinking, but I was like, okay, as long as we can still stay. But yeah, he invited us to some dinner, and I was like, no, I don't want to do that, because the next day we had like a confirmed guest that he had booked, and that was a former presidential candidate, Michelle Bachmann. So the next day I met her. You can see the lovely logo we drew for TED on the whiteboard back there. Very professional.
Is that your pony too?
Yeah, so I had been doing this for 3 months, and like I wanted this to be, the end. So I brought some things, some props that I wanted to present to TED to see if you remember like all the things that we talked about on the very first phone call that we had. One of them, oh, by the way, yeah, Michelle Bachmann signed the Sacha Baron Cohen contract as well.
That's fantastic.
So yeah, one of them was a horse, because before he worked in Congress, he worked as a veterinarian, and we talked about that.
On the abortion side, I mean, if you get rid of the male population and get it manageable, then you can manage your herd from that point forward.
I think that's
what happened over the years.
a great analogy to go with humans too. Put this.
It's a great analogy to go with humans. If you just get rid of all the men, it actually solves everything.
On the men get forced vasectomies, and now they're carrying a little bit more of the responsibility. You know, if they can't get the nut, then there's not going to be the baby. So.
Well, that's true. And
so I brought the horse.
There's nothing you could say to him that
Exactly. I brought the horse. I brought forceps for the horse, and I mugged it said vasectomy survivor. I kid you not.
That's really
and so I presented that to them, and they, you know, they thought it was funny. They didn't know what really was going on. It was kind of awkward. But then the next thing I presented, that's when it got really uncomfortable, because that was the target with the kids on it, and I put that behind them. That's when they realized, you know, something isn't quite right.
It's incredible.
They actually,
that's when they realized something was wrong. Now something seems weird. Something's off. Something is off here. I can't put my finger on it, but something something is wrong. Something is wrong with this picture. Literally.
That's when they realized, something isn't quite right, and they got up and they left. So now in this conference room, it's just me, Mac, the guy who made the website, and the camera guy. And I'm like, guys, I think we should just pack our stuff up and leave as soon as we
Wait,
can.
who realized first? Who realized first, Ben? Was it Michelle or your friend Ted?
So it was definitely Ted. Michelle just had a look of shock on her face the entire time. She's had this face, and then she had the mouth open face, like, what is happening right now? Because, from her perspective, it's like she's just talking to Ted the whole time. He's like, yeah, let's come up and record this podcast. Downstairs, they were having all these people congregate, and there was like, politicians and armed security. And he's like, yeah, let's just do a quick podcast upstairs. Her not knowing any idea how deep in this Ted is with us. So yeah, we're like getting our stuff ready to leave.
I'm sorry, one more question. Did you get a sense that he was suspicious because he had already been approached about the TikTok thing? No. Or was it just, oh my God, my good friend from Parlor Social, it's maybe a little bit crazy.
No, I talked to him again later that night, and he was talking about other stuff. He brought up like one of the speakers, said something about how they had a close call during it when they were a kid. It was like someone from a different country who almost was murdered. They left the country, and it was a close call. And he brought up when he said the phrase "close call," I was like, yeah, I know a lot about close calls. I had one today myself, and that. Of course, he didn't pick up on that either. So yeah, I don't know what was going on, but he had no clue. It had to be right in his face. Apparently, when the school shooting topic came up, that's when it got very uncomfortable for them. So yeah, we're trying to leave, and then he comes back in the conference room, demanding that we give the contract back that Michelle Bachmann signed, and he tried to close the camera guy I hired in the door too.
You guys not leaving here, you couldn't get a paper. I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah, so this whole time I'm like, good Lord, he's trying to get that contract back. Thankfully, Mac, the guy who made the website, he tucked it away in his butthole like it was like a sack of drugs. So he never got the contract back from us. But I noticed on his hands, so he was bleeding a little bit because he was wrestling with the cameras, trying to turn them off, and he cut himself. And I was trying to calm him down. I'm like, hey, you're bleeding. You need to relax. So then when he saw that he was bleeding on his hand, he pulled out his phone and tried to say that we were the ones who assaulted him.
This is all disingenuous. And in the process, they attacked me, and I got hurt. And I hope we have good insurance.
Oh, wait a second. No comment.
No comment.
So finally, then the security people came up. The police come up to the conference room. Then he tells them that we assaulted him. So they say, okay, you can't leave now. You're under investigation for assault. And our camera guy left. We didn't know how to use the camera that he left behind. But thankfully, Mac, the guy who made the website, recorded everything with his iPhone as it was happening. So we showed the police the iPhone footage of Ted actually being the one assaulting us. And they said, do you want to press charges against him? And I didn't want to. I just wanted to get out of there. So, by the way, the iPhone bailed us out, which was made in China. So thank you once again. So, yeah, we all just left. That was the last time I talked to Ted. I did want to reach out one last time to apologize, though. So I emailed him. And I said it was unfortunate that I created different with Michelle Bachmann.
Yeah, if anything, what this story really teaches us a life lesson, if you will, with Ben, is
I have to have my
that we all have to have our China. Okay, without China, we're in trouble. No iPhones, no Temu, no
have to have my China.
Have to have our China. Okay, write that down. There's a life lesson for you. And that's also why we need immigrants. And Ben Palmer, most of the clips we've seen of Ben Palmer on this stream lately are from his work in the fake ICE portion of YouTube, I guess you might call it. Now, one woman who's spent a great deal of time fighting ICE, not with comedy, but with her physical body and her time. Although I guess Ben's also spending a great deal of time on his fake ICE website. One woman who's been fighting ICE day in, day out. Person we've talked about in the past. She's running for Congress in Illinois. You may know her as Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
Guys, AIPAC is so scared I'm going to beat them next week. And they should be. My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm a Palestinian-American journalist running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and our election day is in just 1 week. Throughout our almost year of campaigning, lots of people have tried to write me off, from the establishment to Republicans to AIPAC. They tried to paint me as some bimbo ditz that has no chance at winning. And now they realize we have the momentum, and they are panicking. Last week, AIPAC released its first attack ad against me. It was a really weird AI-generated mess that quoted my high school newspaper twice. It was widely mocked, first by me and then by everyone else.
It's weird.
But they've just come out with a new one. And while I have to admit the production quality is a bit higher, it's still filled with the same BS. So let's watch it.
Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, totally fake. Kat's campaign is being funded with tens of thousands of dollars from right-wing donors to Republicans and Donald Trump.
Okay, first off, I have to say, it's not very creative to use our own comic book aesthetic. Come up with your own shit, guys. I'm going to get to all the claims that this ad makes shortly, but I do want to note that this picture of me is from the debate that we had just 2 weeks ago with the other two viable candidates in my race. One of them is backed by AIPAC, and one of them met with AIPAC and submitted a position paper to them. I am pretty sure that me raising my hand there is from when the moderator asked us if we thought Netanyahu was a war criminal, and I was the only person willing to raise my hand.
And Donald Trump. And she lied about no billionaire contributions. Evanston now exposed Kat for taking contributions from members of some of America's wealthiest families. Thousands from the billionaire family of a Saudi arms dealer.
I also want to stress before I get into the specifics in just a sec that these claims are wrong and they are dishonest. But I should also admit that I was not expecting the Saudi arms dealer angle. Why use a dog whistle when you can use a bullhorn?
Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, another fake politician.
And then they end with a shot of me speaking at a press conference at the Broadview concentration camp where our neighbors are taken by ICE. This press conference was organized with several activists and myself, and we were demanding that an illegal fence that ICE erected be torn down. We were successful, by the way, but what a choice to use that footage here. Now let's talk about the actual claims that AIPAC makes. I've made a vow in our campaign that we don't take any money from corporate PACs, from Republican-funded PACs, or from billionaires. In fact, I made a promise 7 months ago in one of my videos describing the intricacies of campaign finance that if a billionaire donates, we will refund their money. And if by some chance we miss it and you see it on our reports, let us know and we will donate that sum to one of these food banks in our district. We were informed, I believe, last week that a billionaire had in fact donated to our campaign, and we have already allocated that money to the Niles Township Food Pantry. But we are the only truly grassroots campaign in this race. We have over
There you go, Kat Abou-Ghazaleh responding to disgusting, pathetic new AIPAC attack ads. Yes, indeed. We've been following Kat and her political career now for some time. She made it known she was going to be running in the midterms really at the beginning of last year, if I recall correctly. Of course, she started from nothing, so it's pretty great that she's made it as far as she has right now, and she's fighting against some terrible candidates. And she has, while she does not have backing from AIPAC, she has reverse backing from AIPAC. She does have backing from HPAC.
What you talking about?
A what now?
That's right. You know what I'm talking about.
Tisson Parker.
You got Connie Chan, you got Scott Wiener, and you got Shoykat Chakrabarti. And ironically enough, Scott Wiener has raised more money than all of the other ones. Scott Wiener has spent more money than the other candidates. So it's ridiculous where he's like, oh, dude, it's just this guy's using his vast wealth to go up against me. Scott Wiener is the worst option, okay? But yeah, Israel's favorite candidate in San Francisco came out with a statement on Shoykat, Senator Scott Wiener. My opponent is using his vast personal wealth to try and buy a seat in Congress. I'm not worth hundreds.
Okay, hold on. We're not watching this whole Hassan clip. We're here to talk about... although we're doing midterms. I take it back. You know what? We're doing midterms. Today is the we're doing everything but Iran right now for this stream. So you know what? We're going to keep... screw it.
Millions like he is.
Screw it. Keep talking,
what do
Hassan.
I do? But what I do have is decades of real experience delivering for San Francisco. Being hyper rich can buy you lots of things, but it shouldn't be able to buy you an election.
I left a career in tech.
Lately, your TV and social media have probably been flooded with ads from this rich guy who wants to buy San Francisco's seat in Congress. Let's take a closer look at...
Why would you shit on Bushra? They're the DSA candidate in the 9th District. Oh, so that's what people were yelling at me about, because Kat is actually a part of DSA, but did not get the DSA endorsement for the race. That makes sense now. Mike is asking people to vote for Bushra. Oh my God. It doesn't, just, dude, it doesn't matter. Come on. Here come the Brigaders. All right, we'll talk about that in a second. Oh my God. Yeah, Kat ignored the DSA. We tried to say they didn't want it. They said they didn't want it. Yeah, I think there was like internal DSA drama. All right, let's watch the Scott Wiener ad first.
What's really going on?
And then we'll get to
He's
all
running
that.
to represent San Francisco, but over the past decade, he listed Maryland as his primary residence. And just months before he entered...
I'll be right back, Space Fams. Oh, and just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Also, thank you, Frizzla, for the super chat. A quack is better than a pack. Be like Frizzla and consider donating to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. If you don't know all the ways we have available to you for donating, we have YouTube's super chat, super stickers, memberships, Twitch, bits, subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon.
race for Congress, he listed LA as his address. He says he's not taking corporate money.
I don't take corporate cash.
But he's exploiting campaign finance loopholes by self-funding his campaign with the hundreds of millions of corporate dollars he made in big business and hedge.
Kat is a part of Obama world. Why? Because Axelrod and Ben Rhodes basically gave like a fairly soft endorsement to Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. Have you perhaps considered that Ben Rhodes learned about who Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is because I introduced Kat Abu-Ghazaleh to Ben Rhodes after her disastrous foreign policy performance that I found out about from Ryan Grimm's reporting? Perhaps that might have been the reason why Ben Rhodes was tuned into who Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is. How are you in this community and you literally think that like you get duped by shit that you see on Twitter?
Funds. And he deleted 13 years of his social media posts when he entered the race for Congress.
Anyway, this is a nonsensical bullshit. Okay, one, he talks about how Shoykat is not from San Francisco. There's been living in San Francisco for like what 20 years or something, like multiple decades, probably around the same time that Scott Wiener got to San Francisco. That's number one. Number two, Shoykat is very wealthy. This is correct, except his policies are much, much better than any other candidate I've interviewed, like with the exception of maybe like Oliver Larkin. Okay. He's not a carpetbagger. Shut the fuck up. He's been living in San Francisco for years. What are you talking about? That's number one. Number two. Okay. Number two. He's been at this game in progressive politics and has played a formative role in developing left flank candidates since 2016. Okay. Another swagged out brown boy from the Bernie contingency alongside like Fez Shocker. Okay. So that's another reason why I already liked him. I was already aware of him for many, many years. Okay. There is another progressive candidate in this race, which, by the way, Scott Wiener is not even mentioning. Scott Wiener is not the progressive candidate here. There is a progressive candidate in this race. I believe her name is Connie Chang, right? If I'm not mistaken. Connie Chan. She is also a progressive candidate. I prefer Shoykot. The reason why I prefer Shoykot is because Shoykot is not just a progressive, but he also literally has the policy background, okay? He has the policy background. He has the policy knowledge. He knows how to work within DC. That is the reason why I am in favor of Shoykot, and I will literally do everything I can to get him elected, okay? Straight up. He's already incredibly impressive. I was already a fan. Connie Chang is not progressive. She's the progressive lane in this race, and people are trying to do like the dumbest, oh, these are two men that are trying to attack a woman shit. Okay, Adam shit backed Connie Chan. If you want to understand the progressive bona fides that she has, Shoykot is the real deal. I said Shoykot is very rich but unbought. You serve the interests of corporations and Israel, which you now sheepishly backtracked on your campaign. It's ironic because out of all the three candidates that are in this race right now with viability, you got Connie Chan, you got Scott Wiener, and you got Shoykot Chakrabarti. And ironically enough, Scott Wiener has raised more money than all of the other ones. Scott Wiener has spent more money than the other candidates. So it's ridiculous where he's like, oh, dude, it's just this guy's using his vast wealth to go up against me. Scott Wiener is the worst option, okay? I mean, there you go. There you go. February 18th, 2024, after October 7th. Scott Wiener, last week I co-led a legislative delegation to Israel with both Jewish and non-Jewish legislators and several community organizers.
Yeah, and around here we've been on the Shoykot train for quite some time. Since basically he announced his running for the race. At the time, based solely on the fact that I wanted to get rid of Nancy Pelosi, and I was sick of her. I was like, literally anybody trying to get her out of office, vote for her. But honestly, as I've gotten to know more and more about Shoykot, honestly, I'm shocked about how wealthy he was. That's a more recent thing that I've realized. But he does seem to have he seems to genuinely be fairly far to the left, especially in comparison to in comparison to Nancy Pelosi. It's insane. It's insane. Compared to Nancy Pelosi, Shoykot Chakrabarti is a communist. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Hassan doing the good work over here, staying focused on the midterms like we should be over here. Much, much more than we are right now.
Stupid. Oh my God. Every single time we have a conversation about electoral viability, this entire community turns into a bunch of fucking idiots. It is probably the worst aspect of this community. Every single fucking centrist neoliberal is vindicated. Anytime some of you dumb fucks try to open your mouth about, well, there's a better candidate out there. Like when I was interviewing Tom Steyer, there's a race with like 20 fucking Democrats right now, and it's going to be the top two candidates in the state of California for the gubernatorial race, because there's like 25 fucking Democrats running for office, is going to go to the top two Republicans. Okay? There's a reason why I fucking interviewed Tom Steyer and not Ramsey Robinson, which I will, you know, but it's not going to change anything. There's a reason why Ramsey Robinson doesn't have the capacity. I don't personally have the capacity to make Ramsey Robinson into a viable candidate. Okay. A lot of you literally don't understand it. You think like, well, this guy has the best policies, so like he should win, right? Like this is how it works. That's not how it fucking works. Okay, that's not how it works. There's a reason why AIPAC is dumping $850,000.
If only we lived in an actual meritocracy where the best policies always won. If that were the case, we'd have a much better country, and we wouldn't be at war in Iran right now. I love that thought. The cream rises to the top always, and never ever is there anything standing in its way. The best ideas always win. That's why we have such a great country right now.
Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, they recognize the threat that she presents. Why the fuck can't you? That's the problem. Okay? I'm sorry. Every single person that works at AIPAC is a million times smarter than you. Okay? That's just the truth. They see her as a threat. She went on television and said, I want to condition all aid to Israel. No distinction between defensive and offensive weapons. Okay? And you guys still think she is not a fucking real advocate for Palestinians when she herself is a fucking Palestinian. I'm done. I can't have this conversation with you guys any longer.
Not gonna do
it's
it.
very frustrating. It's incredibly fucking frustrating. You just want to meme around. You want to be like, no, if you want fucking Daniel Biss to win, go right ahead. Vote for Daniel Biss. Vote for Bushra. Vote for whoever the fuck you want to vote for. Many of you are not in Illinois 9 anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Okay? If you want to spend the next 5 days working alongside AIPAC to attack the candidate that AIPAC is spending $850,000 on, making sure that she doesn't win, have fun with that. Okay? That's it. If you want to be a servant of Israel, if you want to be fucking cattle, go moo around all up and down Illinois 9. Okay?
You support any or could that support, for example, defensive weaponry? Support Iron Dome? Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, any Israel at all?
Defensive weaponry is an oxymoron.
Actually, fuck you. No, go ahead. Cut the fucking AIPAC checks. Yeah, dog, I'm stupid for not wanting to vote for a disingenuous TikTok candidate. Do you live in Illinois 9? Send me proof right now that you live in Illinois 9, or I'm going to fucking ban you.
Oh my god. Hassan's he's getting so pissed off. It is beautiful though. Not gonna lie. And it's good to see Hassan get worked up over this. Show me proof that you live in Illinois 9 or you're banned. I love how Hassan's mouse was like going back and forth between a week and a ban. He's like, which one do I do?
Send me proof right now that you live in Illinois 9 or I'm going to fucking ban you. Send the mods proof that you live in Illinois 9 right now or you're getting fucking banned. Hassan, this strat didn't work. Kamala just get...
Meanwhile, here, we're beautiful space fams. Happy birthday to Frizzla. Thank you, Pitchforks, for the super chat. Who knew? How old are you now, Frizzla?
I'm staying in the race.
At the change. There is no strat here. You guys are fucking insufferable. Why is AIPAC spending $850,000 against Kat Abu-Ghazaleh's run, despite the fact that she is now sitting at 20%? Think. Why is Jewish Insider attacking Graham Plattner? Why do they keep saying Graham Plattner is a Nazi? Why does Jewish Insider even go to the lengths where they talk about how Graham Plattner's brother-in-law is actually in the IDF or was in the IDF? Is he actually anti-Israel after all? None of you want to think about these things. Unfortunately, many of you think you're highly educated voters. You think you are ideologically principled voters. But in fact, You are very malleable. You're just as malleable as the rest of these fucking cattle that don't even think about this shit at all. Okay? It's about any candidate that does this shit. You're just hurt. You put your whole stream behind her and taking it out on your community because you're embarrassed and saying to call anyone cattle for this. Okay? There you go. None of you have ever thought about pragmatism at all. You are going to let Daniel Defend Israel Biss win this fucking election. Okay? That's it. This is not about saving face. Stop trying to find a cynical alternative reason. I am communicating exactly what the reason is. Why not support Bushra? Because she's at 6% 5 days out from the fucking primary. Many of my long-term community members going forward from this point on, I suspect is probably going to stay with Michael from Pennsylvania and refuse to come in here. And to all of you, I have to say this. Mike and I agree on a lot. Okay? We agree on pragmatism. Sometimes Mike can be more correct than myself. And in other circumstances, I can be more correct than Mike.
Yo, I listened to this whole thing. Hassan was yelling at chat for most of this. Because chat was coming at Hassan saying he wasn't pure enough of a leftist because he was being pragmatic about the midterm elections. And saying, and you know, just being real about who has a possibility of winning and who doesn't. I mean, that was effectively, it was basically that. It was basically Hassan for like an hour and 6 minutes or so yelling at chat about that. I know many people here have seen me get into arguments over this in the past. Thankfully, of course, that's never going to happen again. There's no way that I'll be getting into any more arguments like that ever again.
The fucking OG community members. That's it. It's motherfuckers like this. 47-month subscriber.
But seriously, he was like yelling at all these people. 47-month subscribers, 60 months. How dare you come in here right now as a member of this community and yell at me about this? It is weird, though. It is weird. But it does feel to some degree that some people really do politics purely for the memes and have no like real world objectives, and that is frustrating to me, and I'm sure to Hassan as well.
Logs, can you look at how they all sound like ContraPoints? They'll say I sound like fucking ContraPoints. I'm with you regarding Cat, but I think your support of Shikot is due to him having a larger campaign fund than Connie. It's still early in the race, and I believe the locals have her back, not his. Yeah, I'm going to do everything I can to fucking change that. And no, it has nothing to do with Shikot's fucking campaign funds. I don't give a shit about that at all. Look at Oliver Larkin. Do you think someone's campaign coffers are a relevant factor in this? No, Shikot is not just the best candidate in that race. Shikot is one of the best candidates in every race. Please go look at her fucking policy papers. Go look at his policy papers. If you want to develop a better understanding, not only does he have a shit ton of fucking experience in this. This was her Medicare take on your stream. Yeah. Okay.
I think that Medicare for all doesn't go far enough. We need single payer healthcare with, dental, mental, vision, and hearing coverage.
Think. If she says this on this broadcast, but her fucking policy, her policy papers or her policy prescriptions on her website are so different. What do you think? What do you think is the problem here? Do you think it's because she's a 26-year-old who hired a bunch of people to write this shit and ultimately she thinks that those guys are competent and are showing her best face forward? Or do you think she has this as her sincerely held position? Think. Why this major juxtaposition? I think you're being taken for a ride, man. 2 days worth of brigades from Chatter Streaming Streets against Medicare for all when they could have just watched the fucking stream.
Oh my god. Honestly, listening to Hassan just having a fucking, like, I don't even know what to call it. Like an anxiety attack over chat. Oh god, it's honestly for me it's a little cathartic. I don't know why. But you can hear it in his voice. He's like so pissed off that he has to like he has to do this right now. It's unfortunate. But the fact is Hassan, he's so big. Chat, it's a beast unto its own. He can't, it's not. You're gonna have people in there, and the fact is Hassan lasers in on the negative. Like, I don't know, I think it's because Hassan for like 20 years now has been staring at chat that it's like he's one with chat. But he only sees the negative messages. He looks past all of the very nice messages he gets from people fawning over him and giving him money, and all he sees are the criticisms, and I think it just eats away at him. And I get it. I get it. It's tough. Hassan's out here. He's trying his best. Let's be real. Let's give Hassan a break. Okay, he's doing his best. Just gonna finish this the very end here.
Over by right-wing extremists, and we can't act like it's business as usual. That's why I protest ICE. It's why I'm under federal indictment, and it's why I'm running for Congress. Because we don't need talkers in DC, we need fighters. And it doesn't matter how many times they knock me down. To protect my community, I'll get back up and fight with you. Every single time. I'm Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and I approve this message. Government has been taking.
I think Apex spinning here is more nuanced regardless because it is the platform that they're attacking. The viability of the anti-Israel platform. So if GP Fetty wops or not, they will, what they say is anti-Israel and hurts their cause because Congress is never turning anti-Israel, obviously, so they stem it out before the idea even starts. Yes, that's the reason why they're attacking her. That's the reason why they're dumping money into the fucking raise. Because she's anti-Israel. But for chatters, it's not enough, She's not anti-Israel enough. She's not funding Hamas, it seems. Which is ironic because if we reach the ultimate moral conclusion of what she's saying about arming Taiwan, she should be absolutely in favor of offering as many THAADs to Hamas as possible.
So just something about that, just Hassan yelling in chat saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, not funding Hamas, not good enough, so sorry." It's just something about that sentence is fucking hilarious to me. Oh, sorry, she's not pure enough for you. They didn't send all of her campaign funds directly to Hamas.
Clearly, it's not a morally consistent perspective, and it's one that's shrouded by getting a fucking foreign policy international relations degree from George Washington University. But no average American candidate is having a conversation at that level, okay? You guys have gotten fat. I have spoiled you silly for constantly hammering these points over and over again in this fucking community. So you literally now have this false sense of reality where you fucking think someone who's running for Illinois 9 should also have a similar foreign policy perspective. You have to work with what you got. I need to hammer in the importance of pragmatism as well, I think. She got 2 years to prove me right or prove me wrong. If she's bad, I will do everything in my power to fucking unseat her. That is if she fundraising as well.
The other thing about this that I find slightly cathartic for me is that I've criticized Hassan in the past for not maybe being pragmatic enough. Like, not strongly, but, you know, like, at times I've been like, you know, Hassan, I feel like maybe you could have been more pragmatic about this or that. I find it hilarious to now be watching Hassan yelling at chat about about this now, as if, I mean, it seems like the tables have really turned.
Isn't alone. Trisha Paytas is a YouTuber with more than 5 what the fuck million subscribers and a long history of provocative stunts, isn't known for her political activism, but in February she donated more than $10,000 to a campaign called Creators Against ICE. The campaign, organized by Creator Collective Creators for Peace, is just one of creators turning social media followings into political fundraising machines. Unlike traditional fundraising models like super PACs that pool funds from publicly reported.
The fact is that I'll still never truly blame Hassan for not, like, not endorsing Kamala, right? Like, I'll still criticize him for it to some degree, but like, I don't blame him. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm criticizing him from like just a purely what do you call it? It's almost like a theoretical thing. Not theoretical, because it was a real thing that happened. I can't think of the word. But like the fact is multiple things are going on here with my reason why I don't actually blame Hassan for not doing it. I don't think Hassan in that moment thought to himself, I'm big enough to sway the election. And it's not clear that he did, first off. But two, it's like, he literally got kicked out of a Kamala Harris event. Everybody knows who Hassan is. The Kamala Harris team knew who he was because he had a table there. They kicked him out because he was critical rather than ushering him in. They pushed him away. It's the most blunderous possible, the most idiotic choice that you could have made. That's just me. Like, I'm still critical of his decision not to, because I think it's not pragmatic enough, and I think that he is big enough to make some kind of difference. And it's hard to quantify because he's just a fucking Twitch streamer. But like, still, it's like I don't blame him for it because he had like a million reasons not to do it. And it is not incumbent upon him necessarily to do it. But like, I think to some degree though, like, it's complicated, right? Like, in that moment, like, I still to some degree at that moment thought that Hassan should have just sort of sucked it up. I don't blame him for not doing it because it's a hard choice to do when you're literally scorned to your face at a like. I mean, can you? Like, I think we can all understand that. But like, still, I think we all knew, including Hassan, that Donald Trump was going to be worse, and we've got all the proof now in front of us. Pragmatism is boring but important.
These creator collectives pool audiences and leverage social networks and off-the-shelf tools like Shopify and Tiltify that convert followers into donors. Creators for Peace is one of the most prominent groups in a line of creator coalitions mobilizing around causes from Gaza relief to immigration aid, establishing a model that could reshape grassroots fundraising ahead of midterm elections. There are a lot of creators that I think recognize the power of having a platform, says Hassan Kader, one of the Creators for Peace organizers. There's more to a call of action culturally with creators than I think there's ever been before. Creators for Peace was established.
The fact is, you know who I blame? I blame Kamala Harris and the Kamala Harris team. You know who should have been fucking pragmatic? Them. They should have been pragmatic with a guy with a massive fucking following like Hassan Piker. And pragmatic with the Palestinians who wanted to speak, or at least with one Palestinian. Any Palestinian would have been better than none. It could have been pragmatic about any of these sorts of things. Could have been pragmatic about listening to the people rather than, you know, do you see it? There's a long list.
2024 by Nikki Carey on an Instagram group DM with a handful of other creators to raise money for Gaza relief. The group chat expanded more than 120-person Discord server that includes influencers like millions with millions of followers on platforms like Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube. People like Curtis Connor, Hassan Piker, the Try Guys, who collectively boast more than 15 million followers on their primary platforms, got involved. Members shared infographics with their audiences and organized a live stream. By the end of the campaign, the group had raised more than $1.6 million. We largely start from zero on each campaign. I will individually reach out to several creators. We'll get something out, and then once we allow that to catch fire on its own, a bunch of creators will reach out to us, says Kader. For the Creators for Peace Immigration fundraiser, Kader says, we really wanted to try and move out of the leftist bubble just a little bit because a lot of our audience tend to align with us on those issues. Bro, what is this? Shield of Americas or Shackles of Americas, Chinese Embassy in the USA? They're fucking dunking.
Okay, that's it on Hassan for now. Might come back to that guy later. Oh. All right, we're not done with Cat. We are done with Hassan.
Hassan Parker.
Let's go here to David Dole at the Rational National and talk about the dark money group paying influencers to smear Cat Abou-Ghazaleh.
A dark money group has been caught paying influencers $1,500 per hate post to hate on congressional candidate Cat Abou-Ghazaleh, a progressive Democrat running in the primary in Illinois' 9th district. So in this video, I'm going to break down this story. I'm also going to connect it to another story that came out about a month ago and just how angry all of this makes me. As somebody that has been covering politics on YouTube, both Canadian and American, for the past 10 years, and has never once, ever taken money to give an opinion, this story infuriates me because it both showcases how swayable these clowns are. And of course, this money exists on the right, always has, but also this is on the left where they're paying people. But it also undermines everybody else that is trying to do honest work and now have audiences questioning, oh, maybe this person is being paid, maybe they're being paid, just because you have absolute dipshits that are willing to take money like this to give an opinion. So MS Now broke this story with journalist Brandy Zadrozny writing, dark money group offers influencers $1,500 for posts attacking Chicago Democratic primary candidate. Progressive House candidate Cat Abou-Ghazaleh told MS Now the secretive campaign is, quote, filled with false and defamatory claims. So I'm going to get to one of the influencers that took the money, their video, because it is embarrassing. We'll get there. I got thoughts, but as they write, the suggested talking points were all focused on Abou-Ghazaleh, the youngest candidate and a former journalist for the left-leaning website Media Matters. The offer called for influencers to highlight more than one of Abou-Ghazaleh's alleged shortcomings. She was inexperienced, came from a wealthy family, may live with her partner in a different neighborhood, and is too new in the area to serve. And yeah, you'll see when we get to the video. Just so happens those things were touched on. But this was, so I want to be clear. Amanda informed, this is a different influencer, not the one that took the money, but this one, this individual apparently blew the whistle. And so they're an online influencer in Florida, received an email with an offer, one negative post about candidate Cat Abou-Ghazaleh on Instagram and TikTok for $1,500. The secretive political organization that was offering the money is called Democracy Unmuted, which, if I try to go to the website, appears to no longer exist. So I'm not sure what happened there. But as Brandy Zadrozny, the journalist there, wrote on Twitter, so what did Democracy Unmuted?
I guess democracy was in fact muted. That's too bad. It's weird.
The overview included creators urge their audiences to look past viral personalities and then to trash Abu Ghazaleh for alleged shortcomings. Abu Ghazaleh says the talking points are false and defamatory. So, let's get to one of the clowns that took the money. Justin Krailman, a Missouri creator who posts about progressive politics, recited whole sentences from the Democracy Unmuted brief. He also wore a white hat with woke on the front and even mispronounced Abu Ghazaleh's name. This is an individual who has a combined 1 million followers on Instagram and TikTok. Couldn't even take the 20 seconds it would have taken him to look up Abu Ghazaleh saying her own name in order to know how to pronounce it. Like, the amount of prep that I do for my videos, I mean, you see it in the sources I share with you. It's ridiculous. You're taking $1,500 for a post. You couldn't even do 20 seconds of research?
Yeah, that's wild. If you don't have any ethics in this game, you can make so much money. It's wild. It really is. Meanwhile, I feel over here, and I have so this whole time, that it's important to stay consistent about my beliefs. And not let money change how I cover things one way or another. And you know what? It's weird. Nobody's even interested in me. I don't get any weird emails. I guess I'm not cool enough. That's probably it. Not cool enough. Have Chorus or whoever else hit me up. Or APAC. Not good enough. That's fine. That's fine. I wouldn't take the money anyway. Frizla with a sweet, sweet super chat. Thanks for all you do, GSL. You have created a great community here. Keep up your work. I will. I'm going to. I'm doing it. Keeping it up. Keeping it up. I guess it's like the Epstein files. Like that weird British lady said. If you're not being, you're not cool if you're not taking the dark money. That's fine. I don't have to be cool. I don't have to be cool. I don't want to be in the Epstein class. Okay, let's go here. Let's talk about the Minnesota DFL Senate race going on. WCCO, CBS Minnesota.
Major news this week in the DFL race for U.S. Senate. Representative Angie Craig says she now regrets her vote in favor of the Laken-Riley Act last year. The act is named after the murdered Georgia nursing student. The law requires undocumented persons accused of certain crimes to be held without bail, even if they have not been convicted. In tonight's Talking Points, Esme Murphy looks at the impact on the DFL race for U.S. Senate.
Immigration is a major issue in the DFL race for U.S. Senate, which pits two of the state's most successful DFL politicians against each other, Representative Angie Craig and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. This past week, Representative Craig, who was one of 46 Democrats who voted for the Laken-Riley Act, says she now regrets that vote. Her opponent, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, was a guest on WCCO Sunday morning at 10:30 a.m.
Senator Amy Klobuchar, Senator Smith, Congresswomen Omar, McCollum, and Morrison, they all voted against it. And my opponent was the only one who voted for it. And I just, I appreciate that she regrets the vote. But I also think we are in a time where we deserve leaders who vote their values all of the time.
Yeah. She makes a good point. You want leaders who vote their conscience all the time, or that have a conscience that is in fact accurate all the time, right? Peggy is right. Now, if you're wondering what the DFL party is the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. It's a Minnesota-specific party, if I'm not mistaken. Center-left, but it's shameful to have voted for the fucking Lack and Riley Act. All these people need to get out of here. Vote Peggy if you're in Minnesota. Screw this lady. I forget her name already. What would I do with $1 million anyway? Good question. There's some things I would probably do with $1 million. Start a space commune, or maybe we start with an Earth commune, something like that. We could do a galactic merch brand. We'd have enough money to do that. I know that much. I guess we could stop doing galactic content goals for a while. Maybe I'd buy that loft bed I'd added to the throne recently. You know, suddenly things like that would be very attainable. Now, while we're talking about elections, Donald Trump has been repeating old school election lies from 2020 this week. Here's PBS NewsHour from Wednesday.
Sir, in Arizona, why did the FBI seize election records in that state?
Well, they probably thought the election was rigged, right?
It wasn't rigged, though.
Oh, really? How do you know?
Your own Attorney General in
How do you
2020
know?
said that there was not measurable voter fraud to change the outcome of the election.
I think it was rigged.
There's no, sir, where's the evidence of that?
It wasn't rigged. You're a rock report.
Where's the evidence of that?
Support your local PBS station. Your local station needs you now.
Thank you, PBS. It's true. It's true, everybody. Your local PBS does need you. Honestly, our local PBSs need federal funding back. If we're being real, if we're talking about things our local PBS stations need, it's federal funding back. If the federal funding for PBS, just a reminder to everybody. The 2024 fiscal year was marked by intense political debate over funding, with $525 million for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. That's right. Every single it costs less than $1 billion a year to run the corporation for public broadcasting, which included NPR and PBS. And meanwhile, this war in Iran is costing $1 billion a day. Explain to me how that works. How we can't find the money for PBS and NPR, but we can find the money. We can throw away $1 billion, twice as much as it costs to fund those things a day, for this insane war in the Middle East with no end in sight and no actual goals. I see. I see. That makes sense. No further questions. Yes, indeed. Now, as you can tell, the topic of ICE is quite prevalent in these elections. Meanwhile, one group of immigrants who was welcomed here by the Trump administration has decided that America's actually not that great.
What you talking about?
I'm talking about the Afrikaners of South Africa, who were welcomed here with open arms from the Trump administration. They're apparently already sick of the United States.
About 3,500 South Africans have entered the United States as refugees since the program started in May 2025. Many white South Africans and Afrikaners have welcomed Trump's support, but insisted they nevertheless want to remain in their country. And others who left decades ago are now returning.
It's so crazy. White South Africans, often referred to as refugees by the American right, are choosing to go back to South Africa, of all places, despite the ongoing white genocide that's taking place. And yes, that's the actual term that Trump himself used last year when referring to Afrikaners.
It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. Farmers are being killed. They happen to be white.
You heard that right. The president, who's complicit with the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza and ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, had the audacity to accuse another country of doing a genocide. And within his first month back in office, he took action to stop said genocide. He signed an executive order which basically accuses South Africa of hypocrisy, ironically enough, because they're accusing Israel and its allies of committing a genocide at the International Court of Justice, even though they're supposedly guilty of genocide themselves, according to Donald Trump and his delusions. Now, in the same executive order, Trump announced that he would punish South Africa for their quote-unquote genocide against white South Africans by cutting off financial assistance, and he also announced in that same executive order that he's rolling out a refugee program for Afrikaners, even though he's not letting anyone else into the country. And that's not hyperbole. David J. Beard, the director of immigration studies at Cato, reports not a single refugee in the world was allowed to come legally except for white South Africans. And they rolled out the red carpet for these motherfuckers, where the deputy secretary himself greeted them with open arms when they arrived.
Welcome to the United States of America. A lot of you, I think, are farmers, right? When you have quality seeds, you can put them in foreign soil and they will blossom, they will bloom. And we are...
This is such creepy Nazi talk. Like, if you have the right seeds, if you got white seeds, you're welcome here in our soil. It's... ugh.
It's welcome
so
you here
gross.
to our country where we think you will bloom, and we will hopefully allow you to have fulfilling lives for your children, and then when we will benefit alongside you.
So as you can see, they treat white immigrants very differently than black and brown ones, but it's not just that the Trump regime was incredibly kind to them, because kindness is one thing. They offered these quote-unquote refugees cash assistance, as well as housing, free healthcare for a year, job placement assistance, and even legal aid to help them navigate the complex American immigration system. And if these same benefits were offered to black and brown immigrants, or even refugees, like actual refugees, right-wingers would lose their fucking minds.
It's incredible. They were given absolutely everything that everyone else in America doesn't get, and they still thought America sucked. Incredible. Yeah. I gotta say, if you're struggling as a if white privilege in South Africa it wasn't working good enough for you, coming to America was never gonna make that better. I find it hilarious that they thought that it would. It's something. It's a personal thing. It's internal, right? Like the changing geography was never gonna change your shortcomings in life. If you somehow weren't making white privilege work for you in South Africa, showing it up in America where you know nobody wasn't going to help anything. It's not just South Africans who are turning on the United States and Donald Trump. It's his own supporters.
One of the main reasons we're going through this onslaught of daily abuse by our federal government to the electorate, in my opinion, the top reason is that Merrick Garland did not do his job as Attorney General and try Donald Trump expeditiously, quickly, fairly, with all of the evidence, which we all know he funded and organized and was the instigator of January 6th. But he didn't do that, and I could talk about it forever. But also a lot of men in new media propped this guy up. They saw how he treats women. They saw the incompetence of the first administration. They saw January 6th, like a toddler that pitched a fit, that wanted a bunch of rubes to go hang Mike Pence, that didn't want to follow the rules. And somehow they were like, yeah, this is our tough guy. And one of these guys that was so conned is Joe Rogan, one of the most successful, wealthiest podcasters in the world. Why it takes some people such a long time to see the obvious, I'll never understand. But needless to say, they're all going through a lot of stuff right now, and they're realizing in 2026, March of 2026, that Trump might be a liar and a con man. Play the clip.
Seems so insane based on what he ran on. I mean, this is why a lot of people feel betrayed, right? He ran on no more wars and these stupid, senseless wars, and then we have one that we can't even really clearly define why we did it.
Okay. A lot of people feel betrayed in March. On March 11th of 2026. That's just stunning to me. It's stunning that it takes so long for people to see the obvious.
You know, what's interesting to me is everybody in New York City that had dealt with Trump their entire lives knew that he was a con man. And then you had the evidence of his failing businesses. I mean, he ran on, I'm such a great businessman. He bankrupted 6 times. He bankrupted casinos.
Yeah, it's strange how people have allowed the wool to be pulled over their eyes by Donald Trump, who has been a grifter and a con man his entire life. But America is really not that bright. Takes a lot for them to realize things these days. Perhaps it's always been like that. I don't know.
You know, we're starting to see more and more and more of this, man. You go talk to previous Trump supporters, and a lot of them are flipping. A lot of them are kind of embarrassed, right? Like a good example is, you guys remember Andrew Schultz was, rode for Trump and had him on, gave him a softball interview. Now he's almost completely turned. Tim Dillon, same thing. He spends most of his time now shitting on Trump, talking about the Epstein files, talking about the war. And that's just like the punditocracy, if you will. But among regular people, Look, you go talk to them, and a lot of them were, hey, man, I just wanted prices to come down. I thought he'd make prices come down, right? They'll say some shit like that, right? Well, guess what? When you go in there, and then inflation goes up, and unemployment goes up, and the economy is cooked, and you're starting new wars, everybody's looking at you like, well, what the fuck is this, right? So this video of this guy here went viral, and I couldn't wait to share this with you. The guy's name is Richard Stanley from Fort Pierce. He's a Florida resident, and you'll understand why he went viral very quickly when you listen to it. Here we go.
He was bragging the other day on news, 190 or 290 somewhere. It's $5.50 a gallon. I miss my Uncle Joe. I was balling then. Now, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even show you $5 in my pocket.
He said, I miss my Uncle Joe. I was balling back then, but he was bragging it was $1.90 for gas. I paid $5.50 the other day. I'm assuming he's talking about diesel because that's how much.
Wow. I miss Uncle Joe, he says. Good God.
I'm staying in the race.
Was it? Bruh. When white Florida men are going, I miss Joe Biden. I'm going to say it. I miss Joe Biden. Oh, you know you done fucked up. You know you done fucked up. And the reason why we know this shit has to sting for Trump is that with stuff like this coming out, a couple days later, he's like, let's do an affordability tour. Let's do that. And so, the other day, he was in Kentucky and he was in Ohio, and he had these big banners behind him. One said lower prices, and the other said bigger paycheck. So in other words, he thinks, oh, wait, if I just go out in front of people and bullshit, and I say, the problem's already been solved, and you're having the bigger paycheck and the lower prices. Meanwhile, prices are going up and paychecks are staying the same or going down. It's not going to work. The postmodern conservatism only works to an extent, right? Reality will catch up with you eventually, all the time. It is guaranteed to catch up with you eventually. Okay.
I mean, postmodern conservatism only works until they take power, right? Postmodern conservatism is just a bunch of whiners who complain about Democrats trying to give social benefits to society. And then when they come into office, they have nothing to offer because they never had anything to offer. It was always just complaints, and we want to stop that. And we have some other stuff like Christian nationalism that we have some interesting thoughts on and whatever else, right? Like, that's basically what they are, right? Like, they don't... Their entire project is to take us backwards. Take us back to a time before any of those social projects ever happened. Before civil rights happened and, voting, for women and whatever else happened. That's all they want. They just want to just take us back in time. They have nothing to offer. There is nothing other than whining about all of that until they become powerful, and then that's all they do. Like, it's not surprising, because that's literally all they have. They talk about it all the time. Like, once in a while, one of them tries to talk about something principled or something, like the budget or the deficit or something. But then when they take office, they never actually do fuck all about the deficit, aside from just making it larger and giving billionaires the tax breaks. So... Silver Art with a sweet super chat. Chillest stream in the galaxy. You don't say the whole galaxy. I'll take that. I'll take that compliment.
Like, you can't run away from reality forever. And so, soon as people feel, hey, my bank account's hurting from this bitch, that's a problem, bro. That's a problem. So, now that you can say, well, Kyle, this is just one guy, it is what it is. Like, you can find somebody flipping the other direction now just as easily. Not just as easily, but I will grant you there's some people who go in the other direction, but more going to the left these days. But here's how you know this shit is true, and we talked about this recently. This isn't from that long ago. This is from, like a fucking month ago. A year into Trump's term, voters say Biden was better. So this guy is, he's a case study in your average American, right? So they go on to say here, Harvard Capps Harris poll says 51% of registered voters said Trump is doing a worse job than Biden. 49 said he's doing a better job, but that's not it. Rasmussen did a poll. Rasmussen.
Yeah, that's wild. Rasmussen, of all people, one of the most right-wing pollsters out there that's given any credence whatsoever. It is fascinating. But I mean, this is what I was saying is like, Republicans manage to identify problems, the things that voters are complaining about. But if you ever listen to them, they never actually have any real solutions. Problem is people don't actually know how to gauge what is a real solution and what's not a real solution. For whatever reason, many millions of American voters are too fucking stupid to realize that. And it's sad. It's a failure of our education system, honestly, which is another result of Republicans dismantling things over the years.
They are a MAGA polling outlet.
No, it's not all Republicans' fault. Bill Gates was involved in the terrible debacle that is our education system. I guess he counts as a Democrat. The Epstein class has ruined our country.
Polling outlet, okay? The Trump-friendly pollster found that 48% of likely voters say Biden did a better job as president compared to 40% who chose Trump. 48-40. 8-point lead for Sleepy Joe. Okay? Everybody called him Sleepy Joe because he appeared sleepy and like his brain wasn't working for the second half of his time in office. But now people are saying, I called him Sleepy Joe because I could sleep at night. I called him Sleepy Joe because I didn't have to worry about the motherfucking Strait of Hormuz being closed and gas prices skyrocketing. That's what people are now saying. They're now yearning for the days of a man who was basically a vegetable. That's what they're saying. They're yearning for a man who stumbled and fumbled and bubbled in the debate and said, we finally beat Medicare. They want that guy back. They want that guy back, bro. The YouGov Economist poll. This survey found that 46% of U.S. adults say Trump is doing a worse job than Biden, compared with 40% who say he's doing a better job. Bro, that's brutal. That is fucking brutal. When you're fucking up that bad, the people are going, give me the guy who can't talk. Give me him back. The man who can't communicate, I'll take him back.
And this is the problem. People don't realize, whatever it is, I don't know why people are incapable of seeing this. I mean, it's just so frustrating to me. Because, of course, we were talking about what Donald Trump was going to be like back in 2024 during the election. I mean, I was a tiny channel. I was never going to sway any elections. I'm still not big enough to sway any elections. But it's just so frustrating when you go and vote in a general election for a president. That guy is going to be there for 4 years, and his policies could be there for years longer, perhaps forever. Executive orders can be undone by the next president, but they aren't always. I mean, they can just continue to operate under the exact same framework, right? Like, those decisions, that guy that you put in office could last for well over 4 years. So it's just a decision you should spend some more time on thinking about, and not making it into this, did I own enough wokes with my vote? Like, that's like a bad decision. It's like a really bad way to determine how you're voting.
Guess what? It's because he created 1.3 million jobs, whereas Trump is like hemorrhaging jobs. They had to revise down in Trump's first term, okay, within this past year, they had to revise down the job numbers minus 710,000 cooked barbecue chicken. It's not only Joe Biden, though, too, because then there was this. Remember this? New poll shows Kamala Harris would handily defeat Trump in 2024 rematch if it were held today. And then they go on to say here, I believe it's the exact same number, actually. I believe it's an 8-point victory over Trump. If the election was held today, Kamala Harris would win the popular vote by 8 points. That's got to sting for Trump. Biden beating you by 8 and Kamala beating you by 8. Damn, bro. Damn. So this guy here from Fort Pierce, Florida, he is he is a harbinger of things to come in the midterms.
I just want to hear that guy one more time.
Video of this guy here went viral, and I couldn't wait to share this with you. Guy's name is Richard Stanley from Fort Pierce. He's a Florida resident, and you'll understand why he went viral very quickly when you listen to it. Here we go.
He was bragging the other day on news, 190 or 290 somewhere. It's 5.50 a gallon. I miss my Uncle Joe. I was balling then. Now, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even show you $5 in my pocket.
Couldn't even show you $5 in my pocket. Okay. Thank you, Joe. Or what was his name again? Whatever his name was.
I'm staying in the race.
But this is why we have to get rid of the ossified garbage Democrats who cannot win an election for their life. Right? These people are trash. Like the Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers, the Bidens, all of these guys. All of these old Democrats are useless. Right? Bernie excluded because he's not a Democrat. I mean, of course, Republicans, just broadly speaking, need to be taken out of office. All of them have been voting for what Donald Trump has been doing. They're all a bunch of useless demons. We got to get rid of the neolibs. The centrist Dems. The Liz Cheney huggers, if you will. The people who brought us Trump, was what I mean.
Prior to Kamala Harris losing the election, there has been a very quiet internecine war within the Democratic coalition.
Wait, is that true? Democrats? A Democrat mayor just won in Boca Raton, Florida? In Boca? No, shut up. New recount. Palm Beach Post. Recount makes Andy Thompson new Boca mayor. Liebelson may fight result. Andy Thompson is the new mayor of Boca Raton, the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Election. 6-year member of the city council prevailed in a recount after finishing in a virtual tie with Mike Liebelson. None of these articles say what he was running as. It didn't say he's running as a Democrat. It just said that he won the election. I have no idea what that means. There we go. I found his mayor. I found his website. Maybe his website will tell me what his party is. I'm unfamiliar with this guy.
Andy Thompson always puts the people of Boca Raton first. When the city pushed a massive government campus, Andy held 4 listening sessions to hear from voters. He stood with residents and forced a referendum. Now you will get the final say.
I'm Andy Thompson. I stood up for your right to vote on this project. As mayor, I'll never stop fighting for Boca's future.
Andy Thompson for mayor, listening, leading, and working for you.
I still can't figure out. He doesn't have like a Wikipedia page. There's not one that I can find. Are you sure he's a Democrat? It'd be. I mean, it's just weird. I mean, and Boca Raton. I could have sworn Boca Raton's a fairly red district.
Prior
in
to
Florida.
Kamala Harris losing the election, there has been a very quiet internecine war within the Democratic coalition that was being waged by the millionaire, billionaire class, folks like Mark Cuban and others, a lot of the AI people, and even the crypto people have been weighing in and attempting to get rid of things like the movement we saw in labor and in antitrust within the Biden administration. They want to roll this stuff back. They have a tremendous amount of money, but a very, very increasingly dwindling constituency to whom they sound reasonable, because there's just this massive wave of populism. Whether, you can look up what's happening in Maine, you can look at what's happening in Nebraska, you can look at what's happening in North Carolina 11th, hopefully, but in New Jersey, in Manhattan, across the board, this is happening, and they are fighting. And Bernie Sanders, like I said earlier, came out with, introduced the idea of a wealth tax on billionaires that would be about 5% of their wealth annually. Now, that's probably like break even, right? Like, if you put if you're a billionaire and you have hundreds of billions or even a billion, even hundreds of millions of dollars, and you put it in the bank, you're going to get about 5% interest on maybe like a 12-month CD. I would imagine you get special terms. And that begins to eat a little bit away, tiny, tiny bit at your wealth. Not even. And we should have a lot of other structures that would inhibit the ability to accrue that kind of money. And the revenue from the tax would go to all sorts of like socially beneficial things. We'll talk more about the plan in the future, but it would provide direct payments to every man and woman making $150,000 or less in the country. It would stop.
Yeah, and Sam makes a good point. It would actually force investment to some degree, right? Like, it would force billionaires to like chase investments somewhat more, right? Or to like invest in businesses, right? And at the very least, they go to banks and invest their money in CDs, as Sam has put in this example of his. But, if you got to beat 5%, or you got to find a way to try and beat 5%, maybe you go out, you start a new business, or you invest in a small business locally or something. I don't know. Rather than just hoarding the money and whatever. Not that that's really what we need, right? Like, not that that's necessarily like the optimal society, but considering what we have right now, it sounds objectively better than what we have. 5% is really not a lot of money. Not, like, let's be real. We're all of us are paying way more than 5%. All of us are paying way more than 5%. And when you think, especially when you add in things like sales tax, the regressive tax on the poor.
15 million Americans from losing their health care they currently have by reversing the Medicare.
Like even with an added 5% tax on billionaires, I'm fairly certain they would still wind up paying less effective tax than most Americans. Like as like a what do you call it? Certainly as like a measure of their wealth, like a percentage basis. Like
And Affordable Care Act cuts. It would expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. It would eliminate the affordable housing gap and abolish homelessness in the United States. It would end the child care crisis. It would give teachers in America a raise. It would ensure seniors with disabilities are able to receive the home health care they need through Medicaid, all for just 5% of billionaires' wealth. Meanwhile, across town, the third way folks are meeting.
It's actually in South Carolina. I saw on the sound sheet, which is interesting because, as you people may remember, there's an effort within the Democratic Party right now to maintain this insanely self-serving decision that the Biden campaign tried to force the Democratic Party into to cement his power, which is keeping South Carolina as the first primary state.
The state Democrats don't win.
And it was such a big problem, too, because in New Hampshire, in their constitution, it says that they're supposed to be the first primary, or there's a law, maybe not their constitution. There's a law that says they're supposed to be the first primary. So remember, there had to be this write-in campaign for Biden there.
We should have made Biden sign a legally binding document before voting for him in 2020, saying that he wouldn't run again in 2024. If he hadn't, honestly, I blame that piece of shit. I also blame Kamala for not running a competent campaign after the fact, but she also didn't. She wasn't given enough time, and that garbage motherfucker has been in government forever. He should have known better. It was an old man's last gasp, second last gasp. Right, or just whatever you want to call it, because it was that first term was supposed to be it. He told us it was, and he lied. He lied to our fucking faces, and he's a piece of shit for that. And I honestly hope his treatment doesn't go well, because he's also a funder of genocide. He's an all-around bad guy who ruined democracy.
It caused major problems. So if you want to know what wing of the party is centered here in this third way conference, it's the loser Biden people that are trying to make sure that they still have influence within the Democratic Party.
This is San Francisco DA Brooke Jenkins. She's on stage with Matt Iglesias and Alshus, Massachusetts congressman, and the mayor of Cleveland, Ohio. Now, the mayor from Cleveland, Ohio, is pretty funny.
When you really think about it, the election was kind of stolen from us, right? Biden dropped out, and all of a sudden, Kamala was just given the nomination. Nobody picked it. Nobody picked her. We didn't ask for that. We didn't vote. We didn't vote for Kamala. She was just given. It was like sort of just inherited the nomination. Completely undemocratic. Oh, it pisses me off so much. This is why we need to seize the power from the Democrats, or completely start a new party. If we can't manage that, it's all done. We need to internally get in the Democratic Party and seize power, right? To get all the jobs, like I've been saying for a while now, all year really. I believe in you. I believe that you can get a job at your local Democratic office, your Democratic Party office. You got one in your city. Multiple, depending on the size of your city. I believe in you. There's jobs available. I think you might have a little extra time in your life. And just getting in the door is a start. All right, I'm going to end screw it. Just as I'm about to say that, a few people showed up on the vertical stream. It's super quiet over there right now, though. I might end it.
Earlier, he has a pretty a clip that I think upset a lot of the abundance people, where he talked about the building that they have going on in Cleveland. With set-asides for union and for...
Yes, but Jenkins is the woman that was put in place after Chesa Boudin was recalled.
By reactionary fascist venture capital money.
Exactly.
And so here is that clip. You can hear her. I mean, it's so embarrassing how naked this is.
She's an agent for billionaires.
They are all on this same team. I don't want to say a grift, but it pays well.
Yeah.
Matt, I just want to say, I think you're touching on something. In San Francisco, we are at a reckoning point with the labor unions putting a wealth tax, or they're collecting signatures for a wealth tax. We have the highest number of billionaires in the country, San Francisco, most of whom are Democrats. Yeah. Most of whom not only donate the most money to Democratic candidates, but also have extensive philanthropic records of giving money, to our city. And right now, our mayor, I will say, is very strong on the public-private partnerships, and they are investing millions of dollars into helping us recover. And so I think we are, again, at a reckoning point in our party with whether or not we can continue to be anti-business, whether we can continue to alienate the people who, yes, have been very successful in this country, and we want them to pay their taxes and give what's.
I fucking hate these people. I hate these arguments. Oh, we don't want to alienate the billionaires? Why? They can only vote once. They can only vote one fucking time. They shouldn't have more of a say because they're billionaires, but that's exactly what these people want. We don't alienate, don't alienate them. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking? Don't alienate the incredibly small group of people who don't have enough voting power to sway a single election. It's just their money, the money that we're taking. These people disgust me. The third way Democrats need to be gone. These are exactly the people that I want out of here. These are exactly the people that I want out of here. Okay? It's these centrist, third way, Liz Cheney hugging Democrats that lost us the 24 election, that lost us the 2016 election, right? Like Hillary Clinton is absolutely a third way Democrat. Bill Clinton, right? Joe Biden, like these are centrist idiots who want to hug billionaires and Republicans while like forcing leftists out of the party. People who actually want change out of the party. People who are sick of this status quo out of the party. They're the ones who need to be out of the party. Or the Democratic Party is going to die. And so is this fucking country. Because if the Democrats win, like, we're going to have serious fucking problems. The same problems we have right now are going to just get worse. They will be, the Democrats will ossify. Like, we saw it. Like, Joe Biden got into office and literally just kept all of, most of Donald Trump's appointees. It's insane. But he literally did, in many cases. Because he's a centrist third way Democrat who thinks Republicans are right about a lot of stuff. Who thought that segregated busing was actually maybe a great idea.
Cleveland. We're going to move from San Francisco to Cleveland.
After she said donations, right? You could have just cut out the rest of the clip. Yep.
She's taking money.
There's one operable word there.
Oh, David Sachs, significant donors to the Chesa Boudin recall.
But it is amazing. I mean, just thinking about how like sort of how disturbing the vision of like, this is like RoboCop stuff. Yeah. This is like futuristic, weird ass, like we need to rely on these people, and they're Democrats, as if like she's saying they pay their taxes. The way that she's talking is exactly like a Republican.
Yeah,
I mean exactly like
these are Republicans,
and the idea that we have to be worried that if we have a small wealth tax, a tiny, like this, we're talking like a small increase on, it's the functional equivalent of putting a small increase on property taxes for McMansions, but actually narrower than that. But I mean, that we're in danger of offending people who have been giving money so that people can eat. Why are these people giving money so that other people can eat? If they want to do that, they can do that. Is it to stay in our good graces so that we allow them to accrue more and more money? I mean, this is such a demented worldview. It is disturbing.
It's demented by money. We would not know who that woman is if it wasn't for people like David Sachs and the venture capitalists that she's representing. So this idea that they should pay their fair share, she gets the share. It's paid for her. That's why we know who this woman is.
But let's also be fair that I think that she had this perspective and the money found her.
Right, but I didn't know her before that.
Right. Well, I mean, and I just want to illustrate this point because they have to lie, and I want to play this too, but just really quickly here. They have to lie right now to accomplish their goals because there's no appetite for Democrats right now to be talking about how we should be more respectful of the generosity of billionaires. It's absolutely in this here, and I take issue with the framing of his tweet because there's been people that have pointed this out. Third way's ICE polling, overhauling ICE beats abolish 2-1 with this phrasing. But that's not what the phrasing says. If you look actually at what it's beating, what the overhaul is beating, it says we need to abolish ICE and halt all immigration enforcement inside the country. And they're pretending that their position is stronger than the actual text of what is said there. So they are obscuring the truth. And other people, I wasn't the only one that saw this and noticed this on Twitter, because abolish ICE has become essentially the majority position in the country, and the only way that they can explain that away is to be dishonest.
And I'm sorry, if you are a fool, if you think any one of those losers is actually going to hold ICE accountable in any meaningful way.
And honestly, what is like the words hold ICE accountable for violence and abuse and overhaul the agency, but not abolish it entirely? What are we maintaining? The name?
They'll do none of
it's
that.
like, no, but people are supporting that. Like the idea that you have 65% for holding them accountable and overhauling it. Like, what is it that they worry about abolish when it's halt all immigration enforcement inside the country?
What does the word overhaul even fucking mean? Overhaul. We're gonna get them to wear. We're gonna get ICE to wear tutus, and instead of doing immigration enforcement, they're gonna mow the lawn of the White House in tutus. Like what would a severe overhaul of ICE look like exactly? Just get rid of it. It's useless. What we'll do, we'll get them to hold hands at the border, and there'll be like a human wall nobody can get through. It'll be perfect. Be a great use. We'll call them ice because they're going to need a lot of ice out there. It's going to be real hot out there in the desert sun. In the winter, up in Canada, they're literally going to turn to ice. Standing there, freezing cold. Of course, ICE is just a racist, terrible agency supported by mostly racist people. And one 501c3 you might be familiar with by the name of Turning Point USA had a recent scandal involving racism. Racist group chat where a bunch of pro-Hitler and other sorts of horrifying things were said. And shock of shocks, Florida, I forget what it's called. Florida, what's the I stand for? FIU. I cannot remember what that. I used to know what the I stood for, but I cannot think of it right now. FIU's Turning Point USA president has officially resigned amid that racist group chat scandal. Only took like 6 months.
Hey, thank you. Right now, we are following breaking news. The president of FIU's Turning Point USA chapter is stepping down following his alleged involvement in a racist group chat. The chat, which was started by an official with the Miami-Dade chapter of the Republican Party, included racist slurs, anti-Semitic messages, and misogynistic language. The school club posted a statement saying they're currently reconstituting their leadership team, adding, "Our chapter remains focused."
Problem with reconstituting your leadership team is that while the leader of the chapter has quit, many of the leaders were in that group chat. In fact, TPUSA is just a racist organization, unfortunately. It's filled with racists and xenophobes and anti-Semites and misogynists. It's based on that, mostly. People who are interested in TPUSA are just inherently, if not racists, racist curious. Not shocking it took like literally 6 months for that guy to withdraw. Because, you know, you gotta take like a half a year to really think it over. Whether or not you should continue to lead a political organization after saying a bunch of racist and terrible things. Speaking of news stories involving things and or people getting shot or have been shot in the past, let's go to Beverly Hills, California, where pop star Rihanna had quite a situation earlier this week. Shots fired. Shots fired at Rihanna's Beverly Hills home earlier on Monday. Horrifying.
A woman fired several shots at pop star Rihanna's home in Beverly Hills on Sunday. That is according to local news outlets. They said that one bullet went through a wall of the house, but no one was hurt. Reports citing a Los Angeles police spokesperson say officers arrived at 1:21 p.m. local time after around 10 shots were fired from a vehicle across the street.
There you go. Apparently 2 women were arrested in connection with this alleged crime. Nobody was hurt. Rihanna's fine. It's not clear why. At least it's not clear to me why this happened. It's possible there's been an explanation, but I just did not spend a hell of a lot of time looking into it. It's not the most important story of the week. God. I'm exhausted, and I have not gotten through enough of the list yet. I need a snack. Oh boy. 102 videos, huh? It's a disaster. Alright, let's move from a shooting at Rihanna's house to a potential bomb plot outside of Mayor Zorro Ranch's house.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone.
First, I will tell you that we are not at liberty to discuss many aspects of the ongoing investigation at this time due to the pending prosecution. The suspects here, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, are going to be prosecuted in federal court here in Manhattan, and a complaint will set forth criminal charges and the factual allegations supporting those charges. After that complaint is made public, which I expect to occur later today, I will be able to say much more about the investigation and what we have learned in this case. But it is crucial that we respect that process and not get ahead of it.
Son of a bitch. I'm not even going to repeat myself. At least I don't want to repeat myself. I'm so mad.
Off topic, but Jake Tapper is becoming more and more unhinged. Yeah, I saw. Jake Tapper did an 8-minute slot bashing Zoran Mamdani, Mahmoud Khalil, and all this.
I think First Amendment rights are important. We should stand up for that. Obviously, in the era of Trump, even more so.
Right, but the Klan marching in Skokie weren't heroes. We didn't treat them as heroes for doing that. Right.
You're right. I don't disagree. We're there. However, there's a political reality to this where they're trying to say this whole she's a private person.
About his wife.
Having worked for the most public.
Dude, the only reason why you guys are coming after her is because you can't come after him. Been the most pliant to liberal Zionism, like straight up every single day of the week. He is literally throwing his body, okay, at anything that is even perceived as an offense against the direction of a Jewish person in the city of New York. These guys are still like waiting for the opportunity. Yes, Zoran Mossadegh, okay, as I call him, Zoran Mossadegh. Many people are calling him Zoran. Okay, all jokes aside, he has been over the top, okay? Not like normal mayoral duties. Obviously, for like normal mayoral duties, if there's like an anti-Semitic hate crime that happens, like you're the mayor, you're gonna say something about it. That's perfectly valid. But he's gone above and beyond. He went to visit the grave of the Messiah, okay, or the Rebbe. Like he has done everything, okay? He's done the rounds, and it does not matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because these people are not reasonably afraid of you. They're afraid of you because you're Muslim. Many of them are Islamophobic. They're also afraid of your popularity as an anti-Zionist voice. They will never let go. I know in New York politics, part of the job is to just manage different forces in the city. As a consequence of that, he wants the least amount of friction, okay? He wants the least amount of friction because if he's constantly duking it out with Zionist groups in the city, then that's all he's going to do, and he's not going to be able to get anything else done, okay? So he has to play ball. I get that, especially because he's not only Muslim, but visibly Muslim. He's brown. You are jealous she was liking Zay Squirrel? Just say it. True. That's what it was. You got me. I don't know Zoran's wife at all. I've never met her. Okay. I don't know anything about her. I don't care. Like policing is idiotic. It's not real journalism to begin with because people like for a million different reasons. The only reason why this became a news story is because Dan Goldman, who's running.
No, honestly, Hassan is completely right. This is beneath CNN. Even CNN should be ashamed of themselves. This is like beneath like the New York Post. Like this is the most this is the laziest, most gossip journalism I can imagine. Like it's insanity. Really, CNN is checking who is liking what posts now, and that's journalism from CNN. Oh, the wife of the mayor of the city of New York liked a post one time. Oh, let's do a news story about it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Against Brad Lander, who is a liberal Zionist, by the way. Brad Lander is running against Dan Goldman and is like nowhere near as servile to the needs of Israel as Dan Goldman is, was outed as being a racist himself against Palestinians. And part of that coverage also factored in his wife's statements. Okay, his wife's like tweets, statements, things of that nature. So in an effort to do tit for tat, the classic no you, they went after Zohran Mamdani. And they couldn't go after Zohran Mamdani, so they went after his wife. It's shameless, it's idiotic. It also doesn't make people think, wow, I can't believe Zohran Mamdani is such a bad guy. It makes people go, why the are you covering this? For the normal person that watches this news coverage, they're gonna be like, Israel is running the government like a fleshlight. What the do you mean Zoran's wife liked posts from October 7, 2023? Who gives a about any of this? The New York Times now criticizing Mamdani for not making a flashy TikTok about the terrorist who threw an IED into a crowd. New York Times arguably the most out-of-touch institution in America's stunning display here. I didn't notice this until I read it a second time, but why does Mamdani's wife get mentioned by name here in the second sentence? We know he lives with his wife. Only purpose seems to be to allude to the Instagram likes that the New York Times desperately wants.
The fact is CNN is click farming. CNN is literally click farming with this shit. They're literally going for YouTube clicks. None of like the national cable viewing audience cares. It certainly doesn't affect any of them, right? Like even New Yorkers are like, what? The mayor's wife did what? She liked a post 3 years ago? You got a national cable station doing a fucking story about it? It's ridiculous. They're just trying to get clicks because they know right-wingers hate Zoran. It's just pathetic. Do they have nothing better to do? We're like at war right now, right? Like there's like a war happening for the last 2 weeks. Right? And like a midterm election that's going on right now. Zoran just got elected. He just started his term. Priorities,
but can't
people.
figure out how to do so without debasing themselves. So they do this little drive-by. Yeah, really scandalous stuff in which the First Lady of New York co-signed extreme positions against Israel. A sampling of the post say Israel's waging a vile land grab, and the protesters who took over Columbia University building in April 2024 were on the right side of progress. Another post liked by Dawaji, who identifies as Syrian but was born in Houston, Texas. What do you mean identifies as a Syrian but was born in Houston, Texas? What the are you saying? Is she Syrian or is she not? She's literally Syrian. What do you mean identifies as Syrian? Like she has no connection to Syria whatsoever. Like her parents aren't. Yeah, it's like saying I identify as Turkish. You know what I mean? But was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Like she did race change to Syrian, dude. What the calls for the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Wow. Incredible scandal. I'm glad that they caught her. If it's true that Rama Dawaji liked an Instagram post that said Israel was waging a vile land grab, as Olivia Reingold reports here, then Zohran Mamdani must step down as mayor of New York immediately. All this stuff is just like vile racism that is masquerading.
This shit is fucking ridiculous. These people have some sort of sick obsession with Zohran Mamdani. And they need help. These people need help. It's been quite a week, people. A lot of shit happened this week. And yet all we talked about was fucking Iran. Because we have a new war in the Middle East. Yay.
I think it's very important to talk about the midriff of the first lady, the first mayor
what
lady.
now?
Because that is what apparently the right has been freaking out about.
Midriff?
Here is the midriff of Rama Duaji. So this is what Zoran posted. And like, look, it is a hard Ramadan out there. From what I am hearing, from what we are seeing, it's a hard Ramadan because the Middle East is once again under attack. Muslims are once again being targeted. Once again, people are being, hauled off of planes for having, their alarms go off and telling them to pray. And here is Mamdani tweeting a photo of himself, a beautiful photo of himself. It's like gorgeous, where he's having like this iftar dinner with Mahmoud Khalil of all people, saying that for Mahmoud Khalil, this past year has been marked by profound hardship and profound courage. A year ago, Mahmoud was walking home to our city after sharing an iftar dinner with his wife, Noor, when he was detained by federal agents, flown to Louisiana, and then held in an ICE facility for months. He was forced to miss the birth of his first child, all of this for exercising his First Amendment rights and protesting the ongoing genocide in Palestine. And yet, even in the face of that cruelty, there's also been beauty, New Yorkers raising their voices in solidarity, a city refusing to look away. Mahmoud won his freedom, and a father was finally reunited with his child. Last night, we marked the one-year anniversary of his detention, and Ram and I were honored to welcome Mahmoud together. Mahmoud is a New Yorker, and he belongs in New York City.
Makes me so proud that Zoran is our mayor and is uplifting Mahmoud's voice in this way, especially because Mahmoud was selected as somebody who was a peacemaker, and that was part of why he was at the head of, kind of those protests organizationally. And so the way that they're smearing him as like this radical, scary person, it's just like with Mohsen, you just hear these guys speak and they're so soft-spoken and thoughtful that it's a losing proposition. But the Zionists are trying, baby.
Oh, they super are. I mean, the Mohsen thing was like, he was interviewed on 60 Minutes as a student protester, and he was like, there was, when there was an incident of anti-Semitism, we stamped it out. We talked to this person. We said they don't belong here. Like we and he was so agreed. And this, of course, the right is freaking out about.
I can't even see her she has a midriff. I can't even see it.
Because you don't have wolf eyes.
Yeah.
You don't have.
I think it's because Emma's not a fucking pervert. Because Emma's not a sick freak. Obsessed. Looking for something to criticize. That's why. Because these people are fucking perverts. Why else would you notice that? Why else would you fucking notice that? And then, second thought, after noticing it, why would you then go, ugh, I'm outraged, I have to go to Twitter and post about this? You have to be a deranged, sick loser, a lunatic, squatting in your own mom's basement. Even she wants you out. All right. From the Bituation Room to the Majority Report.
This is sort of crazy. I'm old enough where I remember Michelle Obama suggesting people eat, that we provide healthier food for kids in schools.
Fascist.
And I mean, it was like not just a months long story, like literally years long story. about how Michelle Obama was forcing our kids to eat broccoli or something.
For people that weren't paying attention to politics at that time, if you were paying attention a few years ago, or maybe a year or two, remember the gas stove wars? That was very much like the same construction of the argument about like they're trying, and actually had less substance because it was like Michelle Obama wanting healthy school lunches, and the gas stove thing was actually like a problem that needed to be addressed regulatorily.
Gas stoves weren't actually happening. She was doing this. She was encouraging healthier food. We had stuff about light bulbs. We had stuff about, but this was, you can say like it's inconvenient to have, we should keep incandescent lights. Like LEDs are. The light's bad and this and that. And then, of course, the companies that made light bulbs, it took them a year or two to transition. And now we have light bulbs that are just give us the same soft white light or yellow light, if you like. But now they also have the ability to like flick with a smart button, and they save a tremendous amount of money. And I mean, on and on. The idea, if anyone, and I guarantee you, we could just run this test. If the Health and Human Services director made a suggestion that Americans stop eating meat, there would be,
well, this isn't saying stop eating meat. This is saying
a different cut. Yes. If somebody said like
meat.
Stop eating steak.
Right.
And just eat liver. There would be like, I can't even begin to tell you what would happen, but here is Robert Kennedy Jr. saying that very thing.
And this is true all over the country. There's a lot of good food in grocery stores that goes away. Most of the cheap cuts of meat are very inexpensive. If you buy a porterhouse steak or a steak, it is gonna set you back. You can buy liver or the cheaper cuts of steak that are very, very affordable.
There you go. Nothing like a rich
you
guy.
Can. Oh, really? Oh, thanks for telling us.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Affordability crisis.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, next sentence is what's he gonna say? You can say.
He solved it. He solved it. RFK did it. He solved the affordability crisis and the health. Just start packing up on liver. Stop eating so much avocado toast, millennials, and get to the liver already. Good. Good and delicious liver. Everybody loves it. Speaking of health, one woman had something of a health crisis at a Trump rally earlier this week. Trump's reaction was fascinating.
Oh, shit. Someone died behind him. What the fuck?
In an interview.
No. Oh, no. Someone is having a medical incident behind Trump.
So Biden went down for the count.
Is it hot out there? What's going on?
You have a doctor in the house, please? Doctor?
Is there a doctor in the building is so funny. If there's one building where there's no doctor in that crowd, it's this building, okay? This is the one fucking room in Kentucky where it's the least likely for a doctor to be in, okay?
Do you think the people backstage are listening to me?
He fucking
How
hates
about
this shit.
Ave Maria? Well, because this is going to be okay. How about putting it in right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening. Ave Maria by...
He wants to play Ave Maria as one of his hogs is dying. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he is so good. He's so good. He's like, that motherfucker's dead.
Oh my gosh, it is wild.
I'm near the White House where a man crashed.
Let's play Ave Maria. Let's play Ave Maria. We have a hog down. Hog down. Respect the hog. That's okay, leave the hats on. MAGA hats optional. All right. Moving on from health scares. To another thing involving the president. Sadly, we can't get rid of this man. Sadly, we can't play Ave Maria for him quite yet. But one thing is coming back to bite Donald Trump, and is not, I keep doing this wrong. And it's not his diet, as far as I know. Nope. It's Doge.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
We have, I don't know what percentage, but significant, 30% less State Department officials.
Yeah.
And so the ability of this to be communicated through channels that register the level of alarm and problems, et cetera, it's not there. There's no process in which to sort of communicate what needs to be done for these countries. And it really has a feel of like they just went in and thought, we're going to wrap this up in a couple of days, and it's not going to be a problem.
Well, because Trump had the Venezuela model in his mind. He had this idea that's going to be like a quick hit. We'll take out the bad guy, put in our own person, and it's all going to go well. And anyone, and the Pentagon apparently told him, like, no, sir, this is like a high risk gamble because of all the things that could go wrong. In terms of like the lack of personnel there. I mean, there's two aspects of this. One is the U.S. actually put out a statement to say that Americans in the Middle East in 16 different countries, you should get the hell out. But they don't have the resources to process the visas or to help people. And so they're telling people just take a bus, go into Egypt. Maybe you can get an airplane from there, right? So there's a lot of Americans in the Middle East, like your correspondent. There's at least 1 million people there. And there's actually a really good interview in the New Left Review by this great Iranian American historian, Evard Abraham Ian, who basically compared this to the Cold War. In the early days of the Cold War, because of McCarthyism, you had a purge of the State Department of everyone who knew Chinese. And so you had decades of American foreign policy of people making China policy, not knowing how to even talk to the Chinese, not knowing anything about Chinese history, and basically blundering into a series of disastrous wars in Asia. Something comparable has happened now. You had a purge of the State Department, and especially the sort of the right wing Zionist types. They distrust what they call the Arabist. That is to say, people who understand the Arabic language and who have some understanding of the history and are therefore always telling people, American presidents, don't do this. This is actually going to make the people in the region mad. So those people have been purged, and so you have an administration that is really flying blind in the region. And Trump himself thinks he has a handle on it because he has these, friends in the region who are the Emirati, the MBS, the Kings and whatnot. But like that's a real thin slice of the society, and there's a lot you're going to miss. And in terms of like things that could go wrong, I mean. This is certainly like killing the Ayatollah has accentuated the sort of Sunni Shia rift. And there's a place like Bahrain, like a majority of the population are Shia, right? And you have a Sunni minority monarchy that's ruling over them. And what is one seeing now is like, like when the bombs are hitting American bases there, you're seeing, crowds cheering, and the government there is like saying like, like trying to like arrest people for cheering. It's a real tinderbox. I mean, you really have created, I mean, in terms of all the things that can go wrong, it's not just what the Iranians have planned. Like, there's a lot of things that could go wrong that no one has planned for, because once you take a match, you light it and you throw it into like that room full of dynamite, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I'm curious, Jeet, if you think, and this is just my theory, I was talking about this a little earlier, if the Iranians understand that, like, they can get some missiles through the Iron Dome, and we may not know the full extent as to what that damage is going to be, but they could more judiciously deploy drone attacks into the Gulf states, which, has business relationships with the United States and tourism that is associated with the West, and now they're increasingly trying to diversify their economy by investing in
stand-up comedians. I mean, I'm sorry,
but this is a way to inflict damage on Western interests without having to use all of your firepower on Israel. And I don't know how much. I don't know if this is going to, but. It's like the better bet to impact because they have all these corrupt business relationships together.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like what could actually influence Trump, there's like 3 or 4 things, and one of them, unfortunately, is Congress, which we know is not going to do anything. I think Emma's exactly right that like the business interest. I mean, that's where things are going to hurt. One is already seeing. Like I thought, like oil is going to hit $100 by early next week, but it's like like it's at 86 now. So I feel like it could come sooner than that. And we know there are people in the White House on the political side who are a bit worried about the oil prices, but also the investment in the Middle East. Like Trump himself has been touting like the trillions of dollars that are coming in his own family business, like has been getting like billions of dollars from like Saudi Arabia and UAE. And now the financial, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Financial Times had
I got it right here.
Yeah.
Officials said 3 of the 4 big Gulf economies, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar, had jointly discussed the strains being put on their budget and economies, but they declined to name the states. A number of Gulf countries have begun an internal review to determine whether force majeure clauses can be invoked in current contracts, while also reviewing current and future investment commitments in order to alleviate some of the anticipated economic strain from the current war. They're pulling back.
There's another aspect, which is that's internal. The other is the external aspect. There's a lot of Asian
I'm so tired tonight. We've been going like 11 hours. Oh. I can't repeat myself. I can't do it. I'm just too tired. I'm getting so mad about everything. It's just such a shitty week. And a whole bunch of shit just happened in Iran just now, which is making me mad. Just like I've been. I want to talk about all of this stuff right now. Like I don't, but I do. Like I want to talk about something other than Iran today. And we're sending troops to Iran. I just found out 2 seconds ago. I don't know how I got muted. I'm pissed off about everything. We're sending, I think, 1,000 troops to Iran.
On that point, we're going to turn to the surging gas prices. A major shipping route for oil has effectively been shut down amid this.
All right, I'm skipping past Tony Two Cuts. I can't look at him and his twice cut ding dong. It's weird.
That's really weird.
Leave me alone, Tony Two
continues to
Cuts.
impact energy prices globally, while here in the U.S., Americans keep seeing prices rising at the pump. According to Gas Buddy, the national average price for a gallon of regular gas is now up to $3.59 a gallon. This is a 62-cent jump from February 28th, when the U.S. began its military operation in Iran. For more on this, Patrick DeHaan joins us. He's the head of petroleum analysis for Gas Buddy. Patrick, good to see you. The International Energy Agency announced today it will release 400 million barrels of oil from its strategic reserves. This is the largest release in its history, but you write on X that it's not the size of the release, but the rate that matters. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. While it may sound like a staggering release, really what the market
That's
is
what they
looking
always
for
say.
is to offset.
That's what they always say. It's always the guys who can't cut it. Like, it's not the size of the boat, but the motion of the ocean. Okay? It's not the size of the release, but it's the speed at which it's happening. Okay. Okay, pal. You keep telling
20 million barrels a day of oil that would be flowing through the Strait of Hormuz. And that 400 million barrels sounds significant, but if the rate of release is only 1 to 2 million barrels a day, we're still at a significant deficit in a market that's hungry for crude oil.
Yeah. Except that's not the problem. This is CBS trying to make a new problem. That's not the problem. You could release all this all at once. Wouldn't really matter. It's only a couple weeks worth of oil. Only a couple weeks worth of oil, of the oil that's being prevented from hitting the international market as a result of the closing the Strait of Hormuz. Right? It's a complete disingenuous way to frame this. It doesn't matter. It's completely symbolic. A hope that traders would react to it. They did not. Oil prices continued up all week. Regardless of that releasing of oil.
In the last week or so since the bombing of Iran, the cost of gas has gone up 50 to 60 cents. And that's already having an impact on Americans and something that Democrats are seizing on. Even though Americans only spend a fraction of their earnings on gas compared to other things like foods and home, gas prices are incredibly prominent. So we are here at the Trump National Derail Miami because this is where House Republicans have decided to have their annual issues conference.
We're putting an end to all of this threat once and for all, and the result will be lower oil prices, oil and gas prices for American families.
Trump said two messages on the Iran war. Number one, that it was a very necessary strike, that we had to strike them before Iran could strike us or our allies, that we have to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons. The other thing that Trump has really emphasized throughout is that he does not expect this to be a long-term war.
Not long. We've already won, actually. So, as quick as possible, very soon. Some are saying immediately. If not sooner. That's so Raven. There's a throwback. Let's keep talking about gas prices, which have been hitting Americans from sea to shining sea.
All right, ever since the U.S. launched an attack on Iran, gas prices, you may have noticed here at home, keep going up, hitting their highest levels in months. But just how much are drivers paying? We go live to Fox 11's Ed Lascos in Encino. There's more, Ed.
And Christine, if you're out hunting for gas and a good bargain at the pumps, forget about it. Most likely you'll find pain at the pumps. Joe, if you're ready, take us right into the story. Look at that. $5.99 a gallon for regular here, a penny short of the $6 mark at this Chevron here on Ventura Boulevard near Havenhurst in Encino. Those numbers pretty much the same right through the San Fernando Valley. Let's get to it. To the video we go. Check it. Gas station after gas station from here in Encino over the Studio City. Mid $5 range for regular, up to the $6 mark, and then beyond for Plus and Supreme. AAA says we've seen an increase of 20 in the last 21 days. Those increases have gone anywhere from 75 cents to up to $1 a gallon. No end in sight. And then you may have a surprise and get stung by something if you're out looking, and you may already have happened to you. Hit something over in Studio City. You see that $4.99 a gallon. You think that's a bargain. You pull in, but there's a string attached. That lower price comes with a car wash. What? Carrie found that out the hard way because she thought she found the bargain. Listen.
$5.39. So I came over here because their sign says $4.99. But I went in to pay and he said, "Oh, that's only with the car wash."
So it's actually $1 more if you don't get this. So it's like $5.99 here.
Yeah.
Ah, deceptive marketing practices. A mirage of lower prices tricking consumers across the country, hoping for slightly cheaper gas in the face of these skyrocketing prices. And some people are seeing astronomical costs for filling up their
gas
cars.
prices around the country are continuing to soar because of the ongoing war in Iran. That is our top story on Cron 4 News at 9, streaming on Cron 4 Plus. I'm Dan Thorne. According to AAA, the average gallon of gas costs about 80 cents more than it did a month ago. And here in the Bay Area, a gallon of regular gas is more than $5 across all 9 counties. But as Cron 4's Jack Moment explains, one gas station in Menlo Park is still managing to turn heads.
It's no secret that here in Menlo Park is one of the most expensive zip codes to live in the entire country. But many customers paying for gas here in Menlo Park say these prices are just getting absolutely ridiculous. Prices ranging over $7 a gallon. Do you think you're going to get gas today?
No, not at all.
Again, this is like, I've never seen anything like this. Taking photos and stopping to watch as you're looking at some of the most expensive gasoline in all of the Bay Area. More than $7 a gallon.
Oh my
These
God.
friends from San Francisco look on in horror. It's crazy what's going on, but...
Did you see that? $147.32 to fill up your thing. Oh my God.
Just makes me want to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down! It's expensive gasoline in all of the Bay Area. More than $7 a gallon. These friends from San Francisco look on in horror. It's crazy what's going on, but, you know, it could be worse. Well... Can it be worse than $7 a gallon? Have you seen it more than that? Moving to California a couple years ago, probably the crazy it's been ever. Customers were few and far in between at the Chevron off Alameda de las Pulgas.
The Silver Heart with another sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. America invaded Venezuela and then decided to send their oil to Israel. Yep. Then we lit it on fire.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's keep talking about those high gas prices.
What's happening here in the Middle East is having a worldwide impact. The price of gasoline has jumped up since the start of the war last weekend. For more on that, let's bring in Money Watch correspondent and CBS Saturday Morning co-anchor Kelly O'Grady.
Tony, U.S. consumers are already feeling the impact of the conflict with Iran. In just 1 week, the national average for a gallon of regular is up about 22 cents. And yesterday saw the biggest single-day increase since March 2022. Now, that spike 4 years ago came right after Russia invaded Ukraine. The resulting surge in oil prices helped push gas to a record $5.01. Now, the U.S. is less reliant on foreign oil than we were in 2022, but analysts still warn crude could top $100 a barrel, depending on how long this lasts. Now, a big pressure point, the Strait of Hormuz. About 20% of the world's oil and gas moves through that choke point. And those arrows you see, those are ships. And since the conflict began, traffic has ground to a halt as the route turns more dangerous. Now, to help ease...
Honestly, I can't remember what this woman's name is, but I hate her. However, I just want to remind everybody that while she's trying to make this point about how the United States is not reliant on the Strait of Hormuz or other countries as much as it once was for gasoline, it does not fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Because maybe in the past, maybe decades and decades ago, when the global economy was less global, right? And when, you know, your local gas station wasn't like hooked up to the fucking stock market, and the guy bringing them their gasoline wasn't like trading fucking futures in his spare time. But this is 2026. And it doesn't matter that the United States, this is the other thing about, like, this is why people are so fucking dumb. It doesn't matter if the United States drills a bunch of oil. Right? It's Chevron and Exxon and BP and Shell and all these other assholes who are the ones who are drilling the oil. It's not America. It's not like, you know, it's not like the EPA isn't like going and drilling for oil and then selling it to you. It's a bunch of multinational companies that are drilling the oil and then selling it abroad. It's not your oil. It's on your land, but you're not getting any benefit from it. You're not getting lower gas prices because of it. It's all based upon what the fucking oil is trading for in the goddamn stock market. That's the world we live in right now. It's all financialized. Whatever. It's just annoying to me. It's like, who cares if we were drilling more than ever out of the United States? First off, we still don't drill enough. Even if we were to nationalize our oil sector, we still consume more oil than we drill. So that's first off an imbalance there. So we still need to get more oil from somewhere, even if we were selling it all internally, which we're not.
Years of attacks on oil tankers, the Trump administration is offering naval escorts and insurance for shippers. Oil markets calmed on that news, while the details of how that will work are hammered out. But another risk, Iranian attacks on energy infrastructure across the region. Production is paused in some places, and that doesn't come back overnight. Tony?
As gas prices rise, California is feeling pain at the pump more than any other state in this country. CBS's Andres Gutierrez in Los Angeles explains why. Andres, good evening.
Good evening, Jerika. Just take a look at the prices on this sign. Everything is above $5, just showing a painful reminder of how fast this is all moving. Drivers I spoke with tell me that they are paying more, getting less, and feel like there is no relief in sight. While the rest of the country is paying around $3.45 for a gallon of gas.
Yeah. I'm more glad than ever that I have an electric bike to get me places. Filling up a car does not sound fun right now. Perfect hell with a sweet, sweet super chat. If it's nice, do it twice. Thanks for the double stream. You're quite welcome. You're quite welcome. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. We've had a lot to talk about this week, and all we've talked about is Iran, so I've been trying to find a way for us to talk about something other than Iran today. for a little while. We've done 4.5 hours of that so far. Finally, this evening. While we're talking about double streams and such, everybody, if you haven't already, please follow on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. It really helps us out. And you'll have a way to find the stream again if you're enjoying what you're watching. And if you are, in fact, enjoying what you're watching, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, Twitch, bits, power-ups. Wait, no. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All great ways for you to show your support.
AAA says in California it's more than $5, a jump of more than 50 cents in just a week.
I'm paying $40, but that doesn't get me a full tank anymore.
Before the war,
I'm just realizing we, in like 15 minutes, we'll have been going for nearly 12 hours. When did I start the stream? 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Then we ended the stream at like 9. And or 9:30. Then we restarted the stream at like 10 something. So it took like a 45-minute break. I think it was like it was like 45-minute break or something like that. of 12 hours. 2 streams one night.
Iran, California was already in a tough spot.
A unique market that is essentially cut off from the rest of the country.
Okay, now while the people are hurting, paying more for gas, as the United States wages war once again in the Middle East, we might as well check in with the people who are supposed to grant the government the power to wage war. The thing that is causing all these gas prices to be so high. See what lawmakers have to say.
What do you say to Americans who think you guys are repeating the mistakes from Iraq, and now we're going to feel significant pain at the pump because of everything that's happening?
If you want the significant pain comes from Iran with a nuclear weapon. If you think gas prices are high now, give the Ayatollah a nuclear weapon to terrorize the region, to threaten the Straits of Hormuz. He will control gas prices forever, that regime would, if they had a nuclear capability. And I think he's a homicidal maniac. I think he would...
If you don't like gas prices right now, think about the Ayatollah with the nuclear weapons, says Lindsey Graham.
A what now?
It's one of the dumbest things I've heard all day. And we've heard some real doozies. If you don't like gas prices right now, think about the Ayatollah with a nuclear weapon. What the hell are you talking about? You fucking moron. Next.
People about what this is all about. What's the end game here? We've seen gas prices spike because of his decision, cause and effect by 69 cents here in the state of California, 60 cents plus overall on average across the United States of America. We've seen markets roiling. We've seen no real end game in sight as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz. We saw today oil prices now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't care what Gavin Newsom has to say. He's the governor. He can't stop Donald Trump from doing any of this. You're irrelevant, sir. And I hope you lose the governor's race this year. Okay. Senator Josh Hawley. He's a man who has the ability to curtail the power
He's been a very
of the
outspoken
president.
proponent about lowering costs for Americans.
Yes.
This war is obviously raising costs. How concerned are you about that fact?
Well, I think that nobody wants to see higher gas prices. I think Congress should do something about that. You know, I mean, for one thing, the gas tax is like 20 cents on a gallon. I mean, that's about 2/3 of the increase right now. We should suspend the gas tax. I mean, we should do something rather than just sitting back and saying, well, we hope for the best. let's take some action. I mean, to your point about things we could do in the Senate could be legislating. And we could also be doing things on prescription drug costs. The president's proposed capping them. Great idea. We ought to legislate that. We should lower the cost of premiums. We should lower the cost of out-of-pocket expenses. We should have no taxes on health care at all.
A what now?
You're talking about gas prices, Josh. Why are you talking about healthcare? You're being weird.
Don't be creepy.
Don't be creepy, Josh. Hey, how about you just give us a straight answer? Are you talking about... We were talking about gas prices, and all of a sudden you're talking about making America healthy again. It's weird. Am I the only one that thinks that's a little weird?
It's weird.
Sir, on Iran, first of all, the price tag. Are you
My wife just texted me from Costco and said gas is up 80 cents a gallon.
Well, that was my question. Can you put that into context for us in any way, the scope of the cost of this? And also, is it possible to achieve the president's stated goals, especially curbing their nuclear ambitions, without ground troops?
No, and one of the challenges here is the military seems to be operating on fairly clear and defined goals that are narrower, but the president and the secretary keep talking about much broader goals, regime change.
God, Chris Coons is so useless. Now, the problem is that we're focused on too many goals. What? These fucking Senate Democrats, practically every single one is completely useless. These people are so fucking garbage. The problem is that we don't have a clearly defined set of goals. You fucking idiot. You idiot. What's wrong with you? You don't have clearly defined goals, everybody, and that's the problem. We don't have. They're not clearly defined enough. Really? Is that the issue? We don't have to. It's not the war, it's the goals. We need better goals in life. Really? We're not shooting for the stars. That's the problem, Chris. You fucking idiot. No, we're Democrats. We're supposed to be anti-war. We're supposed to be vehemently anti-war for multiple reasons. It costs way too much money, and it causes an incredible amount of suffering, unnecessary suffering. As well as people don't like it. I would point that out. People don't like it abroad. They don't like when we do wars. You know, that's where he should be on all of it. Not going, oh, we don't have, it's too loosely defined. I don't have no idea what the president wants. Shut up. You shut it. That's not the problem. The problem is we just started an offensive war in the Middle East. I mean, come on. Loosely defined goals.
We'll be up for a little while, but they will go back down once again. And with us producing more oil in the United States now and in the future, compared what that would have been like under President Biden, where he would have started at $4 gas, and then it would have went up substantially after that. The president is doing the right thing.
Wait, so invading Iran? Let me get this straight. This idiot, Mike Rounds, the senator from South Dakota, another state with like 8 or 9 people that somehow has the same number of senators as the state of New York. This guy thinks that invading Iran is going to make us produce more oil in the United States? What? How does that work? Someone explain that one to me. How does invading Iran get the United States producing more oil at home? Somebody, the math of that. Somebody explain the math of that to me, because it's not making any sense to my brain. Maybe it's because I'm not a scientist or something. Not like an oil scientist. But I'm not understanding how does that work? As you can see, the Senate's got some really shitty responses. Every single one of them. They're all terrible. Republicans, Democrats, they've all got terrible, terrible responses. ranging from stupid to utterly moronic. But the takes on the mainstream media, not much better.
On one hand, Jake Tapper is having journalists on who are working with a clandestine Israeli-Iranian group to sever the relationship with them and their regime, supposedly whatever. Okay, fine, Jake Tapper's not doing that. But if we head over to Fox News, we're going to get a different perspective. Okay? There is a range of conversation about this war in our mainstream media. Granted, Jake Tapper sort of promoting this, but on Fox News, at least, we're getting a different message.
Yeah, I understand that the Democrats have their own political spin on this, but I think they should be careful about some of the talking points that they were releasing. They're talking about the oil prices and the way that it's going to impact and that the president can't last too long. That is exactly what Iran wants to happen. Part of their strategy of this is the propaganda machine that's going out there saying these things, and they believe that if they could get the prices of oil up, that the president would have to draw from the conflict. So just careful, guys.
Careful, guys.
Is he from Louisiana or something? Why did he suddenly start saying words like that all of a sudden? Oil. It's like there's no I in that word. Oil. O-H-L. Oil. America, stop playing into the hands of Iran. Okay? When you complain about oil, you're doing exactly what the Ayatollah would want you to do, stupid. Come on.
To draw from the conflict. So just careful, guys.
Careful, guys. Listen, if you don't say anything, then Americans won't notice that their gas now costs $4.99 in a gallon.
If their propaganda machine can just relay basic cause and effect.
Stop accurately describing Iran's tactics that are having an impact on your life in retaliation for Trump's insane actions. That causes a little bit too much.
I get Democrats want to do politics, but talking about the price of oil, that seems to be out of bounds. So on one hand, we have CNN inviting without any pushback that the Iranian people are happy to be bombed because they think it's going to lead to regime change, which almost every word in that sentence is ranges from suspect to total bullshit. And then, at least on Fox News, the other cable channel we got, they're out there saying you shouldn't even talk about what's going on as a second order result of the war, because then it's sort of what Iran wants you to do.
Exactly, America. Stop playing into the hands of the supreme leader. Okay? What are you, Hamas? Quit complaining about how expensive gas is. What are you going to do, an Islamic jihad? Quit complaining about how expensive it is to fill up your F-150 that you don't use for work. All right, America? Be a patriot and pay $150 to fill up your car. That's fine, and really, it's your patriotic duty to say nothing about it and to eat it. All right? You clearly, let's be real. Not only are you playing directly into the hands of the Ayatollah, you're also exhibiting an incredible amount of Trump derangement syndrome, okay? Like, come on. How could you possibly? I mean, none of you Republicans have held Donald Trump accountable for anything he's done up to this point. Why would you start now? It's weird. That's weird. I mean, this is the first thing to bother you up to this point. You really are a self-interested twit. A useless piece of shit who should not have the right to vote. I'm not gonna lie. No one as selfish as you should be able to vote. If this is the first thing in this year, this last 13 months, 14 months. How many months? 13 months, I think. Right? If this was the first thing, you got problems. Okay, you guys, you have soul searching to do. Okay, pal, I assume you're a man, but you could be a woman. You could be Anna Kasparian, I guess. Or Megyn Kelly, or whoever it is. I guess you could be Caroline Levitt listening to this stream right now. I don't know why you would be. I assume if you're Caroline Levitt, you're preparing for an important day tomorrow. Important day over the Ministry of Truth. You would think you'd have other things other than listening to the stream to do, but I get it. Pretty informative place. You get a lot of your news all in one place.
All right, guys, so this is crazy here because it just shows they're lying to us about fucking everything, bro, about everything. So take a look. Breaking. U.S. jobs numbers have now been revised down in each of the last 13 months by a total of 710,000 jobs, y'all. This means employment was initially overstated by an average of 55,000 jobs per month. U.S. job numbers were revised down by another 4,000 jobs in January and 65,000 in December. This brings the December reading down to minus 17,000, marking the fifth contraction over the last 9 months. Since January 2024, there have been downward revisions in 24 out of 25 months. U.S. labor market data is more unreliable than ever. Yeah, I wonder why that is. It couldn't be Occam's razor, which is, of course, that Trump all but announced he wants fake numbers. He dumped the last Bureau of Labor Statistics guy, handpicked his own guy. Like, the whole point of that was like, hey, give me some bullshit so I can spin it for the American people and act like the economy is better than it is, even though it goes right at people's phenomenological experience where they know, hey, something's not right here. Something's not working. And he's just, no, actually, it's great. Actually, it's amazing. Actually, it's tremendous. He does this all the time. I brought in $18 trillion worth of investment. The fuck you did? You didn't even bring in $1 trillion worth of investment. What a shameless lie. What an insane lie. And so he does this all the time. The other thing he does,
what is Kyle talking about? Occam's razor? Focus on one thing. I don't have time. I don't have time for that, okay? Kyle, I got a lot of stuff going on. I got so many things going on. I couldn't possibly be bothered to look into anything that you're saying right now. This guy, it's crazy. And there's no way that's some sort of fatal flaw.
Manufacturing jobs. We're growing manufacturing jobs all the time. They're losing manufacturing jobs literally every single month, bro. Every single month. So, like, not a single thing they say about the economy is true. And this postmodern conservatism is about to go straight into a motherfucking rock. They're gonna drive right off the goddamn cliff and realize, oh wow, nobody likes us, and we've been bullshitting every step of the way. And so you have to understand, this is a colossal downward revision. It's almost 1 million jobs downward revision. And so people are now comparing like the Biden job reports versus the Trump one, and there's no fucking comparison. I read a stat the other.
Yeah, people like me, and unfortunately, I haven't been doing clips around here. I've been too, like, just ensconced in everything to be doing clips. But we've been talking about it. If you've been watching this stream, you know we've been talking about it. The numbers for Donald Trump are garbage. His numbers are just atrocious. He used to try and shit on Biden's economy, which wasn't good, by the way. There was a lot of problems with it. But the jobs numbers for Donald Trump, if you're just going by the normal economic figures that Donald Trump himself was using to make criticisms of Joe Biden, he looks like a completely incompetent dipshit. The jobs numbers inverted. 2025 was basically a contraction in job numbers. I think we almost net lost jobs in 2025. I can't remember the exact number, but it was bad. Like, we've looked through it. It's atrocious. There was like half of the months of 2025 were net negative jobs created is bad. And it continues to get worse.
It was like in the modern era, Democrats have created 97% of the jobs. It sounds fake, but I
The thing is, the reason why this hasn't actually, like, we haven't actually seen all the effects of this is because the economy, the stock market now is completely propped up by the stock market. We only look at the stock market and GDP is still up because many of those jobs being lost are being replaced by robots or algorithms or but like, you know what I mean, like by AI, well, the AI or robots, right? And or the investment. There's a ton of investment in the stuff for doing the AI, right? Chips, NVIDIA, all these things like that. All right, and it's just propping up the economy right now. But those things are starting to falter as well. And when that comes down, everything else comes down. And maybe that's what needs to happen so that we can be reminded that we don't need these people. And that we can have an economy that's not built to serve the billionaires champagne in their bunkers. And instead have one that's built to provide everybody health care and housing and education and, I don't know, like law and order. GDP is a red herring. Yeah, let's not get into it right now. You're absolutely right. We've talked about it. We've talked about it a lot in the past, and I'm exhausted, and I can't do it. I can't. I have too much. And I'm looking ahead of me right now. Honestly, I don't know how this didn't work. I'm honestly a little upset about it. Like, I'm looking at it, and I'm upset. Because we've done, let's see, 20. It's terrible. This is fucking terrible. All right, so you know how we did that full Iran stream earlier today where I went through like a ton of videos from the last 24 hours? The whole stream was like 6 hours long. Remember that? It was like from 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until like 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And now we're doing a second stream of the night. Well, the list that I have for the second stream of the night was a meager 102 videos, excluding all those other, like, I've taken all those other videos out. I was working, like, as we were doing the last stream, I was taking those videos out so that I wouldn't have to do it on my break. So we got 102 videos. I was like, ah, it's fine. I can get that done. No big deal. We're 5 hours into the stream right now, the second stream. We're only 47. I can't keep counting it. I'm just in disbelief. I'm less than half of the way through. It's very frustrating. I skipped a couple. It's been a full 12 hours. I'm starting to get delirious over here. I had already been awake for much of the day. Oh, what time did I wake up yesterday? Okay, whatever. Jesus Christ. What do I want to do right now? I'm going to keep the stream going. I'm just trying to think of what I sacrifice right now. I have to make a decision, unfortunately. I've come to that conclusion.
Follow the rich white man.
Because D at T. Thank you for the resub with the Prime. Much appreciated. Taking Jeff Bezos' money and giving it directly to me. That's how we do it around here.
Follow the rich white man.
Yeah, there's no way I can do this whole stream. There's no way I can do everything that I had. Because if I try to, which I mean, technically, since we've only been going 5 hours, I could probably get it done. That would mean I would have been, it'd be like an 18-hour work day for me. I'm just not going to be able to do it. I can't do it physically or mentally. Oh, God. What do I sacrifice? I gotta close this window because I'm gonna have to reopen up something probably. Oh, it's gonna be a long stream. What do you mean, oh, it's gonna be a long stream? Has it not been long enough yet? When does it qualify as a long stream to you, Boku? It's been 12 hours already. You say things that are weird sometimes. I hope you know that. I'm going to skip the environmental news and the space news today. I'm going to go straight to the geopolitical news. There's been a lot of stuff to cover this week, and honestly, we just haven't been doing enough of this lately. I feel like it's been ignored too much. Everybody knows my view on climate change, and it's something that's still going, hasn't changed in a way, really. If anything, it's just probably, not probably, it just is continuing to get worse. And this fucking war is just absolutely going to make it worse. There's no way that this war doesn't substantially make climate change worse. As well, just all of the fucking bombing that's happened already. And all of the fucking oil fields and shit that have exploded. Oil tankers and all that stuff. It's just, it's a environmental catastrophe. Who knows what the carbon footprint of this war is already? And if it continues, it's just gonna continue to blast off into the stratosphere. And my browser froze. That's good. What the fuck?
This is a white supremacist dating site, nicknamed Tinder for Nazis. We analyzed membership data leaked by an anonymous hacker and found more than 500 Canadians, including profiles belonging to members of the Canadian military. Should we be concerned?
They are getting access to training, weapons, secure intelligence.
Okay, so White Date has been around since 2017, and its terms of service says people with non-white genetics aren't allowed on the site. This isn't just about dating preferences. White Date is based around the idea that white people need to preserve a pure bloodline.
Nordic people are dying out, and within 200 years, there won't be a person left on this planet that we could call white.
Members are often open about their beliefs in their profiles.
Yeah, so what I'm looking at is obvious white supremacist symbology. When you look at the profiles, there is a drop-down where you can select what kind of ideology you hold, including a variety of white supremacist ideologies that are very blatant and very obvious.
Is it possible, given what you said, that some of the people on it may not have known exactly what they were signing up for?
I would find it extremely difficult to believe.
An anonymous hacker leaked the site's user list and deleted its databases as part of a talk at a conference in Germany. The leak includes thousands of profiles, which we investigate using tools like Host Industries and DarkSide. And we find members of the Canadian military. This is Brogan Hale. We find he's a Navy reservist. We know it's him on White Date because the leaked data shows he created his account in Esquimalt, BC. On LinkedIn, we see that Hale took a naval security team course in Esquimalt around the same time period. His social media history is pretty explicit. On his X account, he says, "Keep Canada white," shares swastikas, and says we should use bioweapons against Indians.
Disgusting. Fucking disgusting. Good old Canadian white supremacist dating site. Horrifying. Shouldn't be a thing, but it is. Figure we started that off. You know, it's not just the United States with the white supremacy problem.
President of Panama.
Or the IDF. Nope, Canada's getting in on it too. Okay. To the President of the United States, who had some stuff to say going into this week about the Panama Canal.
President of Panama. I love that canal. Jose, I think he made the greatest deal in history. He bought it for $1. One of our brilliant presidents. I can't sleep over that deal. They gave it to him for $1. Jose Raul Molino, whereas, you know, you made one of the greatest real estate deals in history. Jimmy Carter.
There we go. There's Donald Trump talking about how he wants to buy the Panama Canal back from Panama. Like a fucking psycho. Like the 21st century Hitler. I mean, he's an expansionist, white supremacist, nationalist loon. Who's now like starting World War III? Do we need any more parallels? We have internment camps back in the United States. And we've been continuing to murder people in Pacific and the Caribbean. A new video was released by the U.S. military 4 days ago on another alleged drug boat in the Pacific Ocean.
Cuba, you said that Cuba wants to
Yep.
make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that? And
Do you
why
see what
should
I
Americans-
mean? Where I'm like, it's bugging me that we don't have time. Like, it feels like we don't have time to talk about things, or that we're not talking about some of these things. Like, we're continuing to do all this other fucked up shit that we've been complaining about for like a year. And now the shit's gotten so bad that even this stuff is like going by the wayside. And I'm waiting like all week to tell you about it. It's ridiculous. Let's talk about Cuba. Ooh, Donald Trump had some more fascinating and delusional, megalomaniacal things to say.
Cuba, you said that
about-
Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's
Hey,
going to
don't
go
worry
down
about
as
it,
the
little
greatest
Marco.
Secretary of
Gentlemen.
State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're down to.
It may be friendly takeover, may not be a friendly takeover, it won't matter. There's Donald Trump talking about the island of the nation state of Cuba, as if it's, I don't know, like an empty parking lot or something. He spoke with it with a sort of callous disregard. You would talk about an empty radioactive plot of land. Doesn't really matter what happens. Friendly, not friendly, who cares? It's a radioactive plot of land. We'll have it, it'll be ours, and nobody will care. All right, now to Colombia really quickly. Talk about the congressional elections that just happened there. Here's Reuters from
Colombia's
Monday.
legislative elections delivered a divided Congress on Sunday. Preliminary tallies put former President Alvaro Uribe's right-wing Democratic Center and President Gustavo Petro's leftist Historic Pact on track to secure the largest blocs in the Senate and the House. But both fell short of an outright majority in a contest marked by low voter turnout, underscoring the country's increasingly fragmented political landscape. Traditional parties were also expected to secure representation. Analysts had predicted the vote would be divided among some 24 parties, likely forcing the next president to form a coalition government. Voters also chose candidates for May's presidential race. Senator Paloma Valencia won the right-wing primary. Petro ally Roy Barreras emerged as the left's pick. And former Bogota Mayor Claudia Lopez won the centrist contest.
There you go, a fractured vote, or a fractured result in a low turnout election for Congress in Colombia. What that spells for in the presidential election, which is coming up soon for Gustavo Petro, it's unclear at this time, but probably a tight race if I had to make a call right now. Let's move on from. Oh no, sorry. We're almost gonna one more clip from South. Actually, take it back. 2 more clips from South America. Almost forgot. We had a bunch of things happening in Latin America this week. Let's go to Argentina first, where women marched for International Women's Day on, what was it, Monday? I think it was Monday.
Violencia que sufre la mujer en este país, con pluriempleo, jornadas laborales. El ajuste es la primer violencia que sufre la mujer en este país, con pluriempleo, jornadas laborales extenuantes, el salario que no alcanza y condiciones de vida que no alcanzan para sobrevivir.
Super short clip there from Reuters. Women are turning out on International Women's Day here in Argentina, speaking out against their treatment in their own country. All right, now to Chile. For their first far-right president since Pinochet has officially taken office as of this week.
A political veteran,
France 24.
José Antonio Cast won Chile's presidential election on his third attempt last December by pledging a tough stance on security and law and order.
This is going to be a government in a state of emergency. We're going to work toward a government of national unity. Will it be difficult? Very difficult.
Cast's presidency promises to be the country's most right-wing since General Pinochet's military dictatorship from 1973 to 1990. The son of a card-carrying Nazi who moved to Chile after the Second World War, Cast campaigned to keep Pinochet in power in the 1988 referendum.
It's fucking insane. The son of a literal Nazi who was in tight with Pinochet is now in charge of Chile. Like I said, people and have said and keep saying, the world is in a far-right fascist slide that is utterly dismaying. It's not great. It's not great. It's not the best. Not the best timeline to be in right now, I'm afraid. Now, across the pond to Europe, to Scotland, where a horrifying scene took over the night sky in Glasgow. It's a major fire closed Scotland's busiest train station on Monday.
Now a 60-year-old
You know what this image reminded me of? I don't know why. I think it's just because it's an old building. Although there was a dome on this building. Reminds me of this. Reminds me of this image. Anybody know what we're looking at here? Like, does it not look a little bit like this? This is what I thought of. The Reichstag. It kind of, I mean, honestly, it's quite striking in similarity, in my opinion. Maybe it's just the angle of the shot. Or the vibes of the times that have me thinking of that. Shit is wild. Old building in the middle of Glasgow. Burned to the ground, nearly. barely when talked about because of everything else going on. One of those stories that you would think would have taken over the fucking media for like a week. I feel like for some people in here, this is perhaps the first time they're hearing of it. Yeah. Now, while we're in the UK, we should talk about the current government. The Labour government, the scandal-ridden Labour government
The third area I just wanted to address, because I think
can't seem to get out of its way. I'm going to skip this clip. We don't need that
Documents
right now.
released by the British government.
Why? Okay, this is really pissing me off. My fucking... I have to reset my fucking browser. This thing's acting stupid as shit. Something really wrong there. Oh god, space fams. I am mucho... I want to say fatigue, but that's not, I don't think that's the word in Spanish. What's the word for tired in Spanish? I want to say largo, but I don't think that's right either. I don't speak Spanish. Mucho sleepio. Why is my browser completely giving up on life? I just don't understand. What did I do? You know? What did I do to deserve this treatment? Oh. All right. Honestly, I'm going to hold off on this other UK story, and we're going back to Iran. That's right. After everything I said about this stream, here we find ourselves 6 hours in, 5.5 hours into the second stream. And we're going back to Iran. I know it's ridiculous. And it should be illegal. Disgusting.
Disgusting and probably disgusting and probably illegal.
It's just what I had planned for the end of the stream. Because I assumed there would be more developments on this, and there are, of course, more developments on Iran. Look, foiled by my own petard. But I knew in my heart of hearts that there would be more developments on Iran, and there are. We're not going to go straight to them. We're still going to keep going through this. I haven't given up on the stream yet. I'm not backing it in. No, no, no. Just repositioning and redoubling my efforts at the Majority Report.
We are
With
back, and we are
guests.
joined by.
I guess I'll let Emma
And by
say
Murtaza
it.
Hussein,
Fuck it.
reporter covering national security and foreign affairs at Dropside News. Murtaza, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me, Emma.
I'll be right back.
Of course. Good to see you. Good to talk to you. Let's start here. What is the latest on the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Because the new line from the Trump administration is short-term pain for long-term gain. What is your assessment of that spin? What is the long-term gain here?
Well, it's really a risible statement, and I think Trump has gotten himself into a situation which is far more serious than he may have calculated at the beginning. For those who don't know, the Strait of Hormuz is a passageway, a relatively narrow maritime passageway through which about 20% of the world's energy transits. And you can imagine the knock-on effects of disruption of that strait for even a few hours or a day or so. In the 80 years it's been used for this purpose, it's never really been shut down at all. Now we're over a week now of disruption and total shutdown of the strait to various degrees. And it looks like the Iranians are digging in to shut it down for a long period of time. So crude oil today has already exceeded $100 Brent crude per barrel. It was from about $68 at the start of the war. So that's an unbelievable sort of parabolic increase in a short amount of time. And the market is still pricing in a relatively short war, although there's no really indication of an off-ramp here. So, this is kind of a devastating situation for, first of all, the global economy, obviously the American economy, American domestic politics be impacted, but also the whole structure of the American empire is very much based on the idea that the U.S. is the protector of this area, of the Persian Gulf, of the Gulf Arab countries around the Strait of Hormuz, in the Gulf, and then also of the strait itself and the maritime traffic. And it turns out that the Iranians can control the strait. The U.S. does not have the ability to defend the countries around the Gulf. It does not have the ability to defend the strait from someone taking it over, the Iranians in this case. And, if they were to, let's say, launch a major operation to open it, that would take, a very long time to get together. Even escorting ships through would take a very long time. It would be very dangerous as well, too. You could make weeks or months even to organize the logistics for that. And then, very likely, you'd have to invade Iran. You'd have to invade Iran in the coastal areas bordering the Gulf to sort of regain control of that. And that would be an incredibly difficult task. You need like Iraq-style beyond level of invasion force, again, which would take a very long time. And during all that time, the strait is still closed and the global economy is still being impacted. So you've almost generated a situation where you're almost guaranteed a global recession or global depression even as a result of this huge shock to global energy markets by this decision to launch the war and then for the Iranians to close the strait. So I really see only a few really unenviable options for Trump now. The first is he could do that. He could escalate and start a much larger war with Iran, including a ground invasion and what have you, to try to open the strait by force. Again, it would have all the negative consequences I talked about, and on top of being very unpopular in America. The war is already unpopular, being worse if they have the ground invasion and casualties and all these things. It would be devastating. Secondly, he could just sort of back off. He could declare the war over and say he's done with it, regardless of what's going on the ground. He's hinted that he is on the verge of doing that anyways. He's been saying several times he wants to wrap it up already. It's only been about 2 weeks now. But then what do you do then? He's effectively surrendered the strait and the Persian Gulf to Iran, because Iran would have demonstrated they're the power, were able to have control over it. So what does that mean? All the Gulf Arab countries will have to reorient themselves towards accommodating Iran. Iran's status will be tremendously boosted as a result of that. So that's not really a great option for Trump either. So I don't really know what his end game here is. Maybe he can negotiate something with the Iranians and give them something that allows them to back off or makes them feel comfortable backing off. But I'm really skeptical of that too, because the Iranians don't trust any U.S. negotiating position.
Art of the deal. Art of the deal. What would Donald Trump even offer the Iranians? I'd be fascinated to know what he would even come up with, or what anybody around him would come up with. They've already gotten rid of everybody who knows anything about the region. Who would be the person to come up with that?
Because the last two negotiations, the U.S. attacked them in the middle of the negotiation. And that sort of duplicitous behavior in diplomacy was not even done in World War II. Because you know that, whatever morals, ethics aside, you may need to talk to someone later on. You may need them to trust your assurances in negotiation. The U.S. doesn't really have that option anymore. So they're trying to bomb Iran into submission, cause all the civilian casualties, just harm them and so forth, see if they'll break. That seems to not be working. It seems to be having the opposite effect. They nominated even more hardline supreme leader, who today gave his first address saying that, first and foremost, the war is not going to end. We're not opening the strait. So now what? So I don't see really a good off-ramp for this by any means.
And the Trump administration and the U.S. is claiming that it's destroying these Iranian mine layers. It does not appear that they are successful, but they are trying to at least kind of give the impression that they're having some impact on the mines that the Iranians have laid in the Strait. What's your assessment on that?
Well, these mine layers, they're just like speedboats, and the Iranians apparently have thousands of them. And I think the U.S. CENTCOM said it destroyed 16. Some of which may have been inactive. That really doesn't really move the needle too much on the subject. The Iranian.
Okay. God. I'm starting to go down fast here. Let's keep this moving. From one majority clip to another. With another Zateo guest. What is this? The Zateo report?
This is ridiculous!
Mehdi Hassan.
Hello, folks. Today's episode sponsored by one of my favorite sponsors, Sunset Lake Sebade.
Okay, hold on. They didn't clip this yet, so I just put the live stream in here. I gotta skip past some stuff. I gotta skip past a few things. Get to the Mehdi interview here. Where's Mehdi? There we go. Damn. Oh my god.
Wanted to interview somebody or something like that, or find out who is sending us, mean emails. But
How rude.
Hadn't used it in years. Saved ourselves a couple of bucks a month. It has automatic transaction categorization across your accounts to help you track your. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome back to the program Mehdi Hassan, journalist, founder, editor, and chief of Zateo. Mehdi, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much. Too many titles. Apologies.
No worries.
Too many accomplishments.
Oh, you're so sweet.
The humble
on a
brag.
Friday.
I am smooth and charming.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
It's now, I guess we're heading into are we heading into the third week of this war or the second week of this war?
Heading into the third week, right?
It has been like we're starting to see the articles now where the administration didn't know about the Strait of Hormuz. This is, I don't know how much you were, I just remember the Iraq War. The feeling was very different. 60% of the U.S. was supportive of it. We had, there was a so-called coalition of the willing. It was really, they were really more sort of like, not too willing, but they were there. This is the complete opposite. This war is already as unpopular as the Iraq War, I think, ever was.
Yes.
And they don't the administration doesn't seem to have had any idea of what they were doing.
Yeah, I think it took about till 2010, 11, 12 to get these levels of unpopularity for the Iraq War, like several years into the occupation, the surge, the civil war. We had these before the war, and certainly in the 2 weeks since the war began. Tomorrow is 2 weeks. I think it's a complete opposite in some ways, but similar in others. It's opposite in the way you suggested, which is unpopular before and after. In every war of my lifetime, every American war of my lifetime, no matter what the public opposition is, once troops get committed to action, the American public gets behind the war. Not this time. The war fatigue is real. People are not getting behind this war. They're not buying the justifications for it. We at Zateo did a joint poll with DropSite earlier this week, found that 52%.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
That's right. The American people are now George Bush. The American people are now George Bush from the first Iraq War. Can't get fooled again. Hey, you fool me, can't get fooled again. All right?
Of Americans think that Epstein was one of the reasons Trump went to war. They're not buying the distraction. And the American public was split on whether Donald Trump went to war for American interests or Israeli interests. So I think that's an interesting polling here just so soon into this war. So it's different to Iraq in that sense. It's also different in the sense that at least, I'm going to have to go take a shower after this, George Bush and Dick Cheney went to the UN, went to Congress. Like, as much as I think they are war criminals, well, Cheney's dead, but George Bush should be at The Hague not painting paintings. I have to recognize that they did send Colin Powell with his little vial to try and get a UN Security Council resolution. They did go to Congress in October of 2002 and get Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and other senators to vote for authorization of force. That is not what this administration does. This administration just pulled it out of their backside like the night before and just bombed on Saturday morning with no warning, no heads up, no debate, no discussion, no media rollout, no nothing. So it's very different in that way. But just one quick thing, the similarity, you mentioned the Straits of Hormuz. The similarity is the ignorance. Right? Both administrations are led by people who have no clue what they're doing in the Middle East. On the eve of the invasion of Iraq, a group of Kurdish leaders went to see George Bush in the Oval Office. They came out and they told Peter Galbraith, a US diplomat at the time, they were stunned that weeks away from the invasion, George Bush did not know that Iraq was composed of Shias, Sunnis, and Kurds. Right? That was on the eve of the invasion, the ignorance at the highest level of government of Iraq's history and culture and demographic divides. This time round, you have people not knowing the difference between Khomeini and Khamenei. You have people being shocked that they attacked the Gulf countries, even though Iran has said for a decade, if you attack us, we're going to attack Gulf countries. And now this reporting that they had no idea that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz, their only piece of leverage. So the ignorance is the same 23 years apart.
And I will say that when Bush and Cheney went to the UN or went on TV, they at least made the effort to lie.
Yes.
Like honestly, like we just played a
They
clip
respected us enough to lie to
manufacture
our faces.
consent.
Yeah, I mean, we just watched a clip of Netanyahu's top aide and then Stephen Miller, both talking about why attack Iran now. The best the aide could come up with was they've been an imminent threat for 47 years.
Yes.
Like, may we all live with imminent threats.
Yeah. I mean, what does the word imminent even mean exactly? What do words mean? You know, I'm trying to think of there's examples in like real life where this sort of thing happens. I feel like where we use particular words and yet it definitely does not correspond with what's actually going on in front of us.
Long.
Well, one defining feature of this administration, not just on Iran, but across the board, is their torturing of the English language, their complete emptying of terms and words that we all commonly understood until Donald Trump came back to office in January 2025. You know, we used to laugh at Bill Clinton saying, "Depends what the meaning of is."
me.
This administration's approach to every issue is just to redefine simple words.
Well, I mean, it's they are waging a war on reality, and it's quite out of the fascist playbook, because if nothing means anything, then they can get away with everything. And what strikes me about our conversation comparing this to Iraq is how, since that period, even then, of course, the war machine is going burr. But how disconnected right now our foreign policy is from public opinion at all? Like when we're talking about democracy, and you have this with the Democratic Party too, with Chuck Schumer being in bed with the Israel lobby and the military-industrial complex, there is, I think, that one of the lessons from the Iraq War was, one, Trump says I can get away with anything, even though this is clearly criminal because there was no prosecution of those war criminals. But two, this is our playground, and it doesn't really matter if we need to bring the American public in because we're more responsive to the lobbies here. This is also a story of increased political corruption from 20 years ago.
100%. And Donald Trump has learned those lessons. Obviously, he ran on a platform of pretending to be anti-war. We should never forget that. These people who are claiming betrayal are right. He completely lied to his base about being the anti-war guy. He lied in 2016 when he claimed he had been opposed to the Iraq war, Emma. Do you remember he said, I opposed Iraq? And then Andrew Kaczynski at K-File at CNN found the tape of Trump saying he supported the war before and after. So he obviously lied about his own anti-war credentials, which are non-existent. And yes, today, everything is on steroids. You mentioned corruption. Like, we don't even know the extent of the corruption involved in this decision to go to war. Trump is now loudly telling everyone, Jared Kushner told me to invade Iran.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Absolutely. And this was a great discussion with Maddie and the MR crew. And I would love to watch more of it. Maybe we will tomorrow. But I am fading so fast. I just want to hit a few stories and then just sort of wrap this thing up. Because we've been going like 13 hours. I'm going to do a super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream as always, which is going to add another 20 minutes to the stream. But I was right. I knew this would all take us much longer than 12 hours to get through. Oh, was I right? All right. BBC News 9 hours ago. U.S. officials say thousands of Marines and assault ships on the way to the region.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I wonder how much that's going to cost us. That's the wrong video. Looks like we're gonna get a full ground invasion, folks. Why else do you send Marines?
It is being reported that the United States is preparing to send additional forces to the Middle East as the war with Iran enters its third week. Thousands of U.S. Marines are expected to be sent, though it's not yet clear how they would be deployed. President Trump said today that the Islamic Republic will be hit very hard over the next week. Let's go straight to Washington and our State Department correspondent Tom Bateman. What more do we know about these deployments?
Sophie, this is a deployment of the USS Tripoli, which is an amphibious assault ship, alongside up to 5,000 troops, about half of which it is thought will be US.
By the way, I haven't even gotten a chance to see this yet. This happened while we were streaming today, so this is new to me as it is to you, or maybe even more new to me than some of you. Some of you may have had a chance to actually watch this while I've been here bringing
Marines.
you the rest
Now,
of the news.
This is a task force that is trained in things like carrying out amphibious landings, securing maritime chokeholds. So exactly the kind of situation that the global shipping industry is currently facing in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is not a public official announcement by the Trump administration, but is being briefed by US officials tonight. This task force is currently in Japan. It would take them about 2 weeks to reach the Middle East. At the same time, US bombing raids have continued into Iran all day. I was in a briefing earlier with Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, saying this would be the highest number of strikes today, and US Central Command releasing pictures of nighttime bombing raids by B-2 stealth bombers. At the same time, President Trump is continuing to threaten escalation to the Iranian regime. Meanwhile, the message for Americans back at home has been very much about him dictating.
This is so stupid and frustrating. I said we were going to probably get a ground invasion. And there's really no other good reason to send all these Marines out there aside from some sort of ground invasion. What that is, what the plan is for these troops, who knows? I guess they're just there to be more cannon fodder in this war of attrition. America.
Cause of this conflict. He was asked today, when would it be over? And he said, soon. He said this will end when he feels it in his bones.
Tom Bateman, thank you. Well, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the US and Israel have so far hit 15,000 targets since the war began 2 weeks ago tomorrow. The United States is now offering a $10 million reward for anyone with information about the whereabouts of Iran's leaders. America claims that Iran's new supreme leader is in hiding, wounded, and likely disfigured after the initial strikes that killed his father and other members of his family. The US says Iran's Air Force, Air Defense and Navy have been completely destroyed, and you can see here the extent of the strikes by the US and Israel. Our diplomatic correspondent Caroline Hawley has our story now.
From an embattled Iranian regime today, a show of defiance. Loyalists came out in large numbers, just as their new supreme leader had asked. And many carried his image, though Mujtaba Khamenei himself has still not been seen. In Washington, the Secretary of Defense said the US and Israel had now hit 15,000 targets around Iran, that its military had been decimated.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what...
This guy is such a sick weirdo, dude. Why? This guy he's got one of the most serious jobs in the country. He's wearing an American flag tie and he's got an American flag pocket handkerchief. He's such a fucking meme of himself. It is ridiculous. Like, he doesn't see how farcical he looks. This guy is not fit for the job that he has. Now he's going to lead, well, not lead them, but he's going to be commanding, essentially, thousands more troops heading out to the Middle East. How thrilling. The United States has apparently carried out strikes overnight on what is Iran's crown jewel oil hub, the Karj Island oil fields, apparently, were targeted. This is a fairly recent clip, 5 hours ago, from Al Jazeera.
To our top story and take a closer look at the importance of Karaj Island, which Donald Trump says was heavily bombed by the US military. Karaj Island is a small coral landmass around 25 kilometers off the southwestern coast of Iran in the Gulf. It's known as the crown jewel, or beating heart of Iran's oil industry, handling around 90% of exports. Pipelines for major oil fields terminate at Karaj Island. From there, it is loaded onto super tankers, and there is capacity for millions of barrels for storage. Disruption would severely impact Tehran's income, and global oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz. Kalash Island was developed in the 1960s in partnership with US company Amoco. It was later seized after the 1979 revolution. Let's now go speak to economist and oil and gas specialist Cornelia Meyer. She's the CEO of MAGA Revolts, joining us from Bern in Switzerland. I mean, this seems to be like a really big problem here for Iran. Kalash Island, as Trump says, is considered the jewel. Why is it so significant to Iran?
Well, it's extremely significant because this is the only place where you can actually have, which is deep enough to have big tankers, you know, go on site and then load the crude. And it has a capacity of loading about 7 million barrels a day. It was loading in recent years about 1.3 to 1.5 million barrels a day, you know, giving sanctions and everything. It also has a capacity of storage of about 28 to 30 million barrels a day. Probably Kepler says about 18 million barrels a day are stored there right now. So this is really very crucial. It's not just crucial for Iran. It is very crucial for the global oil supplies. And if that is taken out, we will see a really big jump in oil prices.
Okay, well, there we go. Latest developments vis-a-vis U.S. airstrikes in the Middle East. Now, just to the live stream here from Al Jazeera. See what else they've got for us. God, I'm so exhausted. I'm so beat tonight.
Island, which is owned by Iran. That is the thinking among these analysts, that this could force Tehran to capitulate, to surrender, and thus give the Trump administration the victory it says it has already achieved in its 15-day war on Iran.
Okay, Ross, let's go to Toher Dasadi, who's in Tehran for us. Toher, Donald Trump says the US has obliterated every military target on Kharg Island. The island's often called the crown jewel of Iran by way of its energy infrastructure. How is this being responded to?
Well, actually, this is a geostrategically significant development, seeing the fact that Kharg is an island which is playing a very important role when it comes to oil exports of Iran, and that is obviously a very critical component of the Iranian economy under this tough situation. And we received reports from Iranian media outlets about at least 15 strikes taking place in that island, targeting the defensive, actually, and military places. In response, Iran's armed forces, one of the officials came out to say that in case of any attack targeting the oil infrastructures and facilities in the island, the response is going to be tough. They're saying that they're going to target any oil facility related, affiliated, or even having any collaboration with the Americans are going to be their targets to be hit in case Iranian oil facilities happen to be targeted, but still we know that this is just one aspect of the escalation. The other aspect is indeed the continuation of the airstrikes, not just in that island, but also across the country in different provinces, Elam, Isfahan, Kerman. We are receiving reports and footages coming about the continuation of these airstrikes over the past 24 hours. And of course, Tehran was not an exception. From the last night, we have heard sounds of massive explosion. One of them happened just a few 100 meters away from the exact place that I'm reporting, and the thick smoke for several hours was actually drifting through the air. While this is the situation when it comes to military headquarters, political buildings, or police stations, it goes without saying that the damage when it comes to very ordinary citizens is also massive.
Roz, back to you, because it seems like there are three things going on here. We've got the United States appearing to wade deeper into this conflict. We've got gasoline prices soaring too. The midterm elections looming in November. I mean, the short-term excursion narrative, is that still holding up in Washington? What sort of pushback is there against the cost of this war? And when I say cost, the cost on many fronts, financially, politically, and also socially, when it comes to this war.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Well, it's being reported that some White House advisors are very concerned that if this war is not wrapped up quickly, that there could be a very negative impact on the midterm congressional elections in November. There's even been some reporting that some White House advisors are thinking that if the price of crude oil is going to keep going up, if it could reach the rumored $200 per barrel, which would be an unforeseen figure, that it would be better to have that figure reached in the next week or so that the next 6 months the administration could focus on bringing the price of crude oil and, by extension, the price of gasoline down so that voters in November would not take it out on Republican candidates.
Yes, that would be very sad if voters took it out on Republicans.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Candidates for Congress. But that is, of course, all dependent on what the administration actually decides to do in terms of prosecuting this war. The movement of those Marines from their base in Japan to the Middle East, they're basically a hybrid force, a ground force as well as a maritime force.
Okay, I think that's all I got in me tonight, Space Fams. 13 hours of streams is what you just got. Not counting the little break in there. 13 hours of galactic streams on a Friday night. You can't tell me... can't tell me you weren't value-tained.
Are you not entertained?
But yes, I hope everybody enjoyed the show tonight. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube, and don't forget, of course, that we are completely funded by individuals like you. And if you're looking for a way to support our stream, just click the bio on YouTube or Twitch, and all of our links are there. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. So I'll see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
that mountain in the Himalayas.